Welcome, Harmless, Silver Changeling, Erica, Cindervision. I'm hoping for the best for Genius. I hope they don't die. I'll do what I can to make it less likely that they die, but we'll just have to see how things go. I hope you all have been well. Delicious pizza. Sounds lovely. Have some pizza and dragon. Welcome, Larvitar. Oh, an escape room. Lovely. Oh. That sounds wonderful. Being able to do a, I've always been enthralled by those sorts of puzzles. They're very cute. It's the sort of thing, it feels like the closest thing that you might get to, like, playing a certain kind of game in real life. I feel like the interplay of, like, the creators, like, the people who design the escape rooms and, like, you know, those solving it. It's a lot of fun. They are places of fun and wonder. It's neat to do them with, like, a really small group. Yeah. We can't die if we have Fireball. I think that's probably true. I think it, like, tires you out a little to use it or something like that, but it's very strong. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, exciting! That honestly sounds like a lot of fun. NPCs as in, like, the people working there, acted as part of the escape room setting. That's pretty fun. Oh. Alright, let's get started. Hi everyone. It's me, Hollowbel, the Forest Fairy. Thanks for stopping by again. Hope you all have been doing alright. Hollowbel, that's me. Oh. I wish I had some, exciting stories of adventure and exploration to share with you, but I don't really have any of those yet. In a few days, though, I'll be going to an event called Toho Fest. This is a convention held in the land recognized by humans as the United States, where people dress up as Toho characters and talk about Toho Project. It's really fun. I've been there once before, and whoa, that's pretty intense. Well, it's fine. It's maybe my favorite convention I've ever been to. It's wonderful, really special. If you can visit sometime and you're not terrified to be in the United States, then I definitely recommend it. Oh, if you are there and you look around, you might see me, though you might not, because I'm a fairy. But if you do, well, maybe if you keep an eye out, you'll find me. I wonder, It's in Los Angeles, this Saturday and Sunday. I'm not sure if it'll be held anywhere else in the future, but at least for now, that's where it's held. Oh, that's true. It's exciting to think about, though. I've wanted to play a Toho game for a while. I'm a huge fan of this sort of stories and of the series as a whole. You know, if I, Hollowbel, were to cosplay as a Toho character, which one would you like to see me as? It's something I'll have to think about for myself. Well, maybe I'll show up in a cosplay. I think that would be fun. Maybe some fairies will appreciate it. Wriggle. I think it's a little bit typecasting, but I also don't think it's a bad choice. I like her big poofy pants. They're very cute. Hollowbel is a night bug. You're right. Oh... But is she really a stage 1 boss? I'd like to think I'd at least be stage 4. Stage 1 bosses can be powerful sometimes, like Rumia. Well, there are plenty of them. True. Alright, I'm going to start up Golden Treasure. Tristy says, you're the EX boss of my heart. Thanks. Your favorite Toho is... What's, Imperishable Night? Oh. That's a lovely one. I'm not certain about this, but I was thinking... I don't know whether I want to do this as, like, my next stream or a future one, but I was thinking about playing Imperishable Night, as a stream story. The character swapping is nice, isn't it? I was interested in that one, both because I've heard that it is, like, of the easier... Apologies for the sounds. I've heard it's, like, among the easier Toho Project games, but also, it has my 2 favorites. Well, 2 of my favorites, anyway. As a team. It's Vermilia and Sakuya, by the way. Because of that, I'd like to give it a try, and it feels like a nice stream game, so perhaps I will share that with you all at a future date. For now, though, let's get back to Golden Treasure, the Great Green. To recap from last time, on our second sort of playthrough of the game, our hero, dragon, Genius... Well, Genius is the name that we've given them, because they're learning quite a lot. Made it to the land known as the Great Green. A beautiful forest that our dragon has claimed as their territory. Here they are. I think they just look like this no matter what. Though they might look a little different. While there, they discovered some wild, tusk snouts, I think? And their brilliant noses. They discovered Well, I think they met Vantage again, but I might be wrong. But most importantly, where is a picture? Yeah, I guess that this was the best one. They began Darktooth's trial. Darktooth is the dragon that we met at the very start of the story. The one who was, well, I mean, I suppose other than our deceased parent, the first to help us in our time of need as a young dragon. They introduced us to the Trial of Wisdom, which was a challenge deep in a cave system to both test us and teach us something. Along the way, we learned from the Alms a bunch of adorable axolotl dragons, the history of this world, which looks something like this. If you weren't there for it, you can interpret these panels for yourself. We also went to school, where school are, well, a school is a sort of place that you, supposedly go to learn things. Good evening, Zeno. Thanks for stopping by. Oh yes, Silver Changeling. So we went to the School of Knowledge, where they fill tiny fish's heads with, like, useless facts and don't let them leave, so they're stuck just repeating useless facts all day. This was my least favorite of all the schools. It sounded deeply awful. I think it would be awful to have to go to a place like that. The School of Tradition. This was where we learned about faith. It sounded pretty compelling, except for they kind of disavowed the surface and didn't want us to go up there to breathe, so it wasn't ideal. The School of Wealth. Here we learned about the power of currency and how ultimately, sort of systems of wealth are no greater than the power that they're backed with. I think it really opened our eyes as a dragon. And the School of Emptiness, where, well, they tried to convince that we couldn't know anything. And I think that was reasonable. But they were a little annoying about it, so we considered eating them. Well, we learned from all the different schools, and both came to understand them, and the struggles with perceiving the world any one way were. And in doing so, we passed Darktooth's test. Darktooth looks really pretty here, doesn't he? Well, on that topic, there was something Darktooth— oh my gosh, this waterfall just, like, falling down, you know, falling gently over his, like, prone body. Okay, whatever. I think that, yeah, he's very glamorous, I'll say that. We learned something about Darktooth and his relationship to us that was really cool, but it's also pretty significant. So if you weren't there, I won't, like, spoil it for you. Darktooth is serving. Darktooth is definitely serving. We finished with our completion of Darktooth's trial. And thus, we return to the Great Green. We seem to have explored maybe, or at least reached something like a third of it, I'm guessing? So we have the 5th grade of Mastery in Fire, fourth in water, earth, and air, which I think is a good sign. This means that I don't just dispense wisdom, I also build aura and do fan service. I'm not sure what Darktooth's voice sounds like. I think that I was doing them in a little bit more of a, oh... Well, I'll figure it out once I see them again. This is the approach to the high moor known as the Skyward Reach. In a previous lifetime, there was a goat here we tried to save, but we weren't strong enough and we ended up just hurting them more. I think, though, that this time we might be able to help. You find yourself walking across the high edge of the Spirit Wood, where Earth's flesh wrinkles and folds into slopes and ravines. Here you come across a curious place where the land seems to have recently come loose, sliding downhill like water. I'll see his sexy jawline and his sultry voice will come right back. That's right. Thanks for understanding, Tristy. You move over the soft fresh ground, feeling the damp soil through your paws. Suddenly, you're surprised by a muffled yet desperate song. There it was. A stone nearby shifts slightly. Giving it a wide berth, you circle around, smelling and tasting the air, and you discover that the stone is blocking a small alcove inside which a creature is trapped. A surefoot birther, and carrying young by the smell of it. It sings a bleating, plaintive song of succor, calling on others of its kind to come to its aid. You taste essence on the air. It's slightly injured, probably in the landslide, and has been trapped here for at least a sun. You scent no others of its kind anywhere near. With your strong talons and flexible body, it may be possible to move the stone. A trapped, young, heavy creature would prove a lavish and filling meal for a hungry kin. Having smelled you near, the surefoot is now silent and afraid. It knows that its flesh is savory and nourishing. What will you do? Darktooth is the rules card of Golden Treasure. I have more respect for Darktooth than rules card. They are both pretty nice though, aren't they? Alright, let's see if we can dig the surefoot out. With your powerful claws, you easily rip the unsettled soil from the base of the dirt prison. You claw and heave, leaving a mound of earth behind you. Finally, you're able to reach the bottom of the boulder. Setting all four paws to the earth, you ply your body to its base, shoving hard against the stone. The surefoot cowers, unsure of what to do as you labor for its sake. You put all of your inner fire into one final heave, and the boulder capitulates at last, settling into a new position. The opening it makes is only a head length or so, but that is enough for the surefoot to squeeze through. You back away and settle to the ground in an unthreatening position, head up and looking slightly away, lying on your side. You learned from Darktooth. The surefoot emerges, cautious and blinking into the light. It's hobbling slightly, but the wound is not deep and will heal before the next moon. When it sees your peaceful demeanor, it bows its head and sings a song of thanksgiving. Though I understand not your purpose, this son have my people been given a gift, a birther saved by one of the ancient kin. It did not warrant a mighty drac, using its great strength for my simple life. When I return to my clan, a new story will be told, and the drac kin shall grow in fame and in mystery both. It departs, and you are free again to wander the valley slopes. Time will tell whether your decision to pass up an easy meal was wise. A reputation for compassion and self-sacrifice. Alright, it looks like we need to eat. So, let's get some food. small fur beast smelling of earth. Could that be... No, it's a long ear. Long ears are nice. They're very cute, but they're not very filling. Alright, let's eat. Oh... I missed. An adorable bun. A long ear. So there's air, earth, water. If we use air, then we should be safe. Yep, that was fine. In its fragrant flesh, you taste the flowers of spring, the grasses of summer, and the hidden root treasures of the fields. We gained a little energy. A dance of destruction with a bunny is a little unfair. It's true. It's true. They didn't really have a chance to escape. As an older dragon, Genius doesn't get much out of hunting tail beasts. Or, not tail beasts, long ears? Long ears. The thing is, they're quite small, so they're not actually very good prey for a big dragon. Alright, that's our hunt for today. Like this, I think we're probably safe to explore the Spirit Wood. You have been here before, and yet you have never been here. This place beckons to you, and yet it also terrifies you. For you have come near to the old tree, lair of the spirit of the Great Green, in whose honor they call you're part of this Great Green, the Spirit Wood. Even the greatest of kin would not enter this place lightly, but still a corner of your soul longs to cross over the boundary from what is to what is. There you approach, flesh-clad and temporary as you are. The options are heed your mind, turn away from here, and spend the sun on something more concrete, more safe, more knowable. And heed your essence, attempt to reach the heart. Let's try to reach the heart. I don't know what there is to lose here but our life, and I think there's something greater to be gained. As you descend into the hollow which cradles the sacred tree, you lose sight of it. The wood becomes a twisting maze of paths, and you cannot seem to find your way forward. All paths lead back to where you began. Even sun seems to be hidden from you, kept out respectfully yet firmly by the trees, faithful vassals of the Old One. Suddenly you spy one of the Long-Ear tribe. It stands upright, its ears erect, and yet you smell no fear. Its halo is beautiful. Turning, it vanishes into a maze of undergrowth without making a sound. Out of the corner of your mind, you perceive a soothing rush, like the sound of a stream, and yet you know there are no streams near here. The Long-Ear's scent is quite elusive, pulling you in many directions at once. It twists about itself in ways that simply do not make sense. Quieting your mind, you close your eyes and allow your essence to bear you forward, following the spoor without plan, doubt, or question. You flow through thicket and glade, under fallen trees and through thorns. Occasionally you lose the scent, but instead of becoming dismayed or frustrated, you let your essence be your guide, and soon you find yourself in a new place, having passed the test of water. The Long-Ear moves forward, and you follow its scent, now very clear. Your core twists within you, terrified and enthralled by the fact that you are drawing closer to the unknown. Oh, how cute. Suddenly you scent a young wood strider, a mere hatchling of its kind, hidden nearby. It's so young, so tender, so alone and unguarded, you realize that you're salivating heavily. I think we should probably eat it. Just kidding. We shouldn't do that. The scent of the wood strider is tempting, but you have the patience, the will, not to be distracted. It is a meal, nothing more. There are many such in the Great Green. The Long-Ear, however, is leading you to the true unity. You follow its trail, which is beginning to shine in your mind like flecks of mica dancing in the air. That's exciting. What is the true unity? The trail of the Long-Ear leads you to a small rocky pass. The only way forward is barred by a gigantic boulder. The Long-Ear slipped under and around it easily, but you are too large, and your attempts to climb it meet with failure. Well, I guess we can overcome the barrier. Summoning all of your passion and desire to continue, you slam your strong body into the stone. Even a hillback would be unable to move it. I wonder what a hillback is. A gorilla, maybe? But you are Drutkin, greatest of the children of above and below, and you will not be denied. You will move forward, and you will overcome any who stand in your way. The inner fire burns, and the boulder succumbs to your passion, falling away and revealing the path ahead. Oh, cute! What a beautiful rabbit! Jackalope? Here the boughs form a series of gates, and as you pass through each of them, you feel as though the solid, factual parts of yourself are being stripped away, leaving only the intangible and ethereal. I like this place. The Long-Ear is waiting here for you. It is impossibly huge. Oh yeah, I guess it is. I guess this rabbit is bigger than us. Are we on the menu? I am the liminal. I stand at the gateway, and I am the gateway. This is the lair of the spirit of the Great Green. Only those who have seen it in their hearts may enter. If you truly know the Great Green, if you truly understand its spirit, then bring to me one of its fangs. This is the price of entry. The riddle. Bring to me the fang of the Great Green? Or the spirit of the Great Green? What would that be? Would it be a leaf or a thorn? You inform the liminal that you have already brought it one of the fangs of the spirit of the Great Green, for behold, as the trees are its feathers and the grass is its fur, the streams and rivers are its essence and the stones are its bones. Oh, I see. The Drakkin have been from ancient days, the very fangs of the Great Green. That's really beautiful. In the name of the great wheel which the spirit represents, your people have slain and devoured, and broken down and consumed, and protected, and have been fair and fearsome. As fangs destroy so that the body may receive nourishment, so you are the greatest of the destroyers, and all of your victims have returned to the spirit, the source of life, through you. The liminal bows its head and lowers its eyes, acknowledging your victory, and you move through it to the heart, the very core of the Great Green. Oh, this is nice. You have at last reached the Old One, tree vessel of the spirit of the Great Green. It was the very first of its kind, the beginning of the green, and like the spirit, it has died and been reborn within itself many times. That origin, that center, calls you, and you enter into it. Almost immediately, you are filled with a strange heaviness, and your body drifts into a deep sleep. In that place, on the shoals of the dreaming, you encounter the spirit. It sings to you, writing sigils which burn with painful joy in your mind. Beloved hatchling, scion of the Drakkin, fang of the Great Green, I grant you my blessing. May you walk in the shadow of destruction, and may you be the shadow. May you bask in the light of creation, and may you be the light. I name you my messenger. Wherever, whenever you exist, the power of life shall shine forth, and others shall fear and rejoice. Punish and reward, destroy and create as your sacred instincts guide you, but see not only what is before you. See all as one, and let your power bring balance to the Great Green. Destroy that which has grown too great, and preserve that which threatens to pass away forever. For I delight in the songs of all my children. Already you have begun to realize the power of dreams, the gateway to all possibilities. All that exists in flesh was first conceived in the subtle realm. You have begun to open the dreaming door by which all things are attainable, all possibilities realized. I grant you the friendship of the four pillars of the One Song. May air, water, fire, and earth be with you always, and their truths. Oh yeah, we leveled up. When you were in the chamber, I was there. When you emerged, I was there. And now, as you return, know that I am with you, even to the uttermost end. You don't want it to end. Here, in this place, all of your doubts and fears have faded away and been replaced with a flowing, wordless wisdom. Slowly, however, you begin to feel yourself sliding back into your familiar body, in the world of hard and decaying things. I guess this world's alright too. You yawn, stretching out your neck, legs and tail in succession. Hollow 367 camera, what would that be? Would I be taking a picture? That's nice to think about. You yawn, stretching out your neck, legs and tail in succession. The sun is dying and it's time for you to leave. As you return to your lair, you feel as though something has changed within you, though. No matter what happens after this, you will carry with you a special kind of treasure. You were, for a time, in the presence of something greater than yourself, and that deep knowledge of what is will never fade away. That's true. Wherever you go, a part of you will always be sleeping beneath the old tree. We are the bridge between worlds. We are the pattern that grows from chaos. The High Priestess. And we leveled up. We reached the 5th grade of water. The 5th of earth. Oh, that's so pretty. The 5th of air. And we're almost at the 6th in fire. Wow. Oh yeah, last time we got this thing. Let's see. Was it here? Oh, I see. The game is getting mixed up because I am clicking on a symbol that is laid on top of a zone transition, but this is fine. Oh yes, so last time we got a boom, which is a bomb made of shrieker dung. If we get into a fight, we can use this. We also got a silver rod from Darktooth the Wise. It looks beautiful and like something made with some sort of technology, but it's not really clear what it is. At least not yet. You know, this flame here is really bothering me. I'd like to look into it just to see what we can learn from it. I don't think I did last time. After spending most of a sun following various scent trails through the rich, warm air, none of which lead to food or treasure, but the weather is so pleasant that it's difficult to care, you settle down for a brief nap. A nearby hollow's thick shrubs make fine bedding, and soon your thoughts are unraveling, trailing off into the dreaming. To your horror, however, you were confronted with a most terrible vision. Fire, most violent and unpredictable of the Great Four, is sleeping here beside you. Somehow, you know that when it awakens, it will consume everything in its path without judgment or exception. I like this fire dragon, though it looks more like... I wonder if this is more of a sort of... draconification of fire? Fire always goes where it wills, but this great fire which has not yet been born is a tragedy of massive scale. Even your own lair and trove may suffer. You see the overgrown plants feeding it, making it stronger. Countless trees are lost, infant feather beasts are roasted in their own nests, and underground dens become tombs for those who cannot flee in time. Those who escape will be far from your territory, and finding your food will become nearly impossible. Starving, you pick through the bones of the quiet in a green turned gray. A question arises in your mind, though you fear you already know the answer. Can nothing be done to prevent this? Just as you are about to submit to the fire and be purified into silence with the other good beasts, a savior appears. You see it as only one essence, but you know that they are many in body, the wood striders, the crown, the beloved of the green. Against the looming catastrophe, it stands alone, yet unafraid and full of a living power. As it charges the fire being, the world washes away, leaving you back in your own body. What you saw was not physically real, but it was a reality nonetheless. Was it a true dream, whispered to you by greater being? Earth, perhaps? Or sun? Or was it only fear and desire dancing in your mind? In short, a common illusion. You resolve to hold on to the dream and seek out its meaning. Even if there's a possibility that this may be a hunt without prey, if indeed this was a true dream, then you are being called upon to take action. You're too young to know much of dreams, but an elder among the kin may know more. Alright, let's talk with Darktooth. Oh. So nice to see him again. The dream you had of fire and the savior beast. Your dream is true. It has happened many times. Many fires have been extinguished before their birth by the woodstriders, who tend the green, and others have flared to ruinous life for lack of them. With a tender and delicate destruction, they root out the too manys and too muches, green beyond green. Where excess leaf and wood builds, it calls to the spirit of fire, but they eat the excess, taking it into themselves. In their humble, quiet way, they are the ultimate protectors, moving from green to green and patiently, carefully tending with tooth and tongue. Through eons of service, they have become beloved of the spirit of the great green. You remember the pure and delicious scent of the woodstriders of Heartbone Valley, but very, very rarely have you sensed it in the deep spiritwood, part of the great green, where you now live. If that is so, Darktooth sings before you even voice this observation. How does it do that? Then it can only be because their way is barred. The woodstriders are shamans all. Their stone feet guide them along sacred paths, lines in the very essence of Earth herself which cross her body and carry her essence. Ancient kin can feel these lines and even learn to drink Earth essence from them, but such ways are beyond your tender turnings. The woodstriders follow the lines. If they are not many in the great green, then the line they follow must be marred, stained. Seek out the stain and wash it away, for you are the fang of the great green, guardian of the sacred land. Learn this: the heart of wisdom is to reject ease, comfortable ignorance, and desire, and instead to cast your gaze to the distance and see the wider world. So that your lands will be green and home to many good beasts for you to feast upon, to learn from, for thousands of turnings. Turn your snout to the wind, seek a place warmward from the sacred glen, and setward from the empire of reeds. Let your essence guide you, and you shall find the pollution which bars the woodstriders and dooms your land. Warmward from the sacred glen, and setward from the empire of reeds. I don't know what warmward and setward are, I'm afraid. I mean, I guess warm is towards, like, warmer climate, which I think colder climate was to the north, but I might be wrong. And setward, is that, like, away from the Empire of Reeds? So, like, in the bottom left corner of the map, maybe? And at the last, remember that the woodstriders are great indeed. Only when you recognize them as the bearers of the true crown will they take their place within the green. Such would be one's advice to a young kin. Oh, do I not have 5 treasures? I have 2 treasures. How embarrassing. Well, I'd like to stop the fire from happening, so... Ancient trees shroud the ground in shadows here in the deep wood. Though outrageously fertile, most larger beasts do not tarry here long, for fear of bizarre forces at work. Where there is strangeness, there is danger, but also often treasure. Will you dare to discover what is hidden here? Our Song of Life continues. I'm really curious about these two. This is a Brightling, so I'd like to check them out, but also this is a mysterious shape. I'm not really sure what this is. There are things I could imagine it being, but... well, maybe we can find out after we explore around a bit. Erica says, I remember there are humans in this game. As your fellow beings with long-term vision, are they any useful? Do you mean in, like, in the course of the game? Not really. They're all like this, basically. Humans are like this. They love to, wear the skins of other beasts and make a total mess of things. They love to seize things for themselves and be a nuisance to the world around them. The ruins of life, torn open and hollowed. I would say that humans have basically no redeeming features except for they write really good stories. Well, they have some other good redeeming features too, I guess. Actually, I guess they're quite nice in a lot of ways. But, still. Mostly they're a nuisance. The ruins of life torn open and hollowed. The Woodstriders, beloved children of the green, flayed, tortured, disemboweled, while still living. Destruction must have been a blessing when it finally came. What would do this? You will never forget the smell of this place, and the thing which has built this lair monument to pain and fear. It has one body, and yet more than one essence. The sense and spirit traces of the tailless and something like a great slide claw are both strong here, but all of them are in agony and yet refuse to leave, bound like a bleeding wound upon what is. You have never witnessed it before, and yet we're not even sure it existed. There is only one sigil which describes what you have found here. Evil. This thing should not exist. You can feel great Earth's terror and deep outrage at its presence. It batters your soul, and you realize that you're trembling. You want to flee far away and never return to this place. Will you... stay and face this monstrosity as an option? In what may be the bravest moment of your life thus far, you stand your ground. You attempt to send out a greeting, but it gets caught inside of you. Still, the nameless thing hears you, and perhaps smells you, and slowly turns to face you. Welcome to the home of rebirth, honored Drakkin. We are the last who will be first, the remnant which makes all things new. We apologize, but we cannot give up any of the bodies of our beautiful shining prey. They are needed. What is this? I thought this was just like a human hunter, which is, you know, I mean, understandable to be pretty evil, but still, if it amuses you, we shall sing with you. We are starving for conversation. What will you do? You do not want to do this. You do not want to be here. It hurts. We are the essence of the Bladefang people. Returnings beyond memory, a great and proud people hunted and roamed in the land beyond the Great Blue. We were warriors without peer, who bathed in the essence of our prey and our enemies. Destruction was our favorite amusement. We painted the land with the inner colors of many good beasts. Our fangs were like trees, piercing even the hides of the great long noses. Elephant, whose heavy feet sundered Earth's flesh with every step. You're right, they do have the big thingies. I like that idea. We feared none. It is said that the first of our people was so mighty it competed only with the Drakkin. It even slew a kin who dared to challenge it, though the kin was strong and tore the first muzzle off before it was silenced. Now toothless, the first ripped out 2 of the Drak's mighty claws and shoved them into its bleeding face, where they took root and became the great fangs for which we were known. I think they are a vampire. Its song is like claws, slowly pulling us apart. Ask what it wants here. We are in the process of rebirth. The great beasts we hunted grew few as the land shed its icy skin through many turnings. Sun taunted us from the too warm sky, and we became broken, desolate, on many. At last, the tailless, foul seed of the others. This isn't tailless? Arose, destroying our long-nosed prey, hurting the last few of us warmward. In the end, all of the Bladefang people were destroyed. There were no birthers, no givers, no siblings, no trace of the music of our glorious and violent way. The last of us were destroyed by the No-Tails, and the final silence descended upon us. We were called back to the source, to cold infinity. The thing grips its stained false fangs tightly, and grinds its teeth. The kind of creature that thinks it's a saber-toothed tiger. That makes a lot of sense. That makes quite a bit of sense. But we will not follow. The song of the Bladefang people shall not perish from Earth. When the last was destroyed, the essence of all our people clung to the tailless warrior who silenced us, filled this twisted flesh layer with all of our hatred, our disobedience, our refusal to fade away. We forced this body to seek out the spirit wood, the heart of the great green, where the hard laws are weak, and hidden things are strong. Even the great blue we have defeated it, crossing over it by coldward ice paths. The tailless essence remains within us, but we have the mastery now. We shall turn this body, twist it into one of us. A Bladefang, and our people will rise again. How can the body, one essence, become another? How will the thing resurrect those who are entirely gone? All things are possible for those with the will to defy the great powers. We have rejected Earth and Sun, and cursed them for allowing this to befall our great people. We are filled with inspiration to mar and break what has come before. We have learned to find amusement in suffering, joy in the confusion of our prey, as we slowly peel them apart, without and within. We will merge and fill this vessel, and be reborn. We have had some success by replacing the skin of this tailless abomination with that of one of our relations. We began the process of remaking it into one of us. Still, its body and essence resist us. We have done many dark dances, many screaming songs to break the laws of reality and complete our rebirth. One hope alone remains. The purest essence, that of the Woodstriders, can serve to complete our holy change, but... Suddenly enraged, the thing shatters a nearby Woodstrider's skull with its paw fang. They defy us. We cannot hold their essence. First the givers, then the birthers, then the young. We have stripped them all of flesh, but their true essence slips through us, turns to dry crust on our paws on the ground. They beg us with desperate eyes to stop, that what we wish is impossible, but we ignore their pleas, their lies. The thing shows all of its teeth. It is supposed to be a gesture of joy, which makes it all the more awful. But do not fear, noblekin. We will be reborn. With time and much essence. So very much essence. So very, very much. You can no longer bear it. The earth beneath your feet seems to be wailing. This is worse than the tailless, a violation of a truer law than even the destruction and creation. Both of those great and noble forces are being tortured and mocked here. You could simply destroy this abomination, but it is no longer a tailless nor a blade fang, and you have no idea whether you're powerful enough to defeat it. You may have heard, however, that there are special defenses against beings such as this, whom reality itself hates. You may know where to begin, but it will take many suns. But this must end. Simply by existing, this thing is staining the land. Earth must be healed. You are her mighty offspring and know this in the depths of your being. I think we should go on an essence quest to discover how to banish them to the void. Yeah, I mean, so last time I took on a fearsome foe, well, I was completely destroyed. It wasn't worth it. I think that it's important to know our limits. That's the only way that genius has survived thus far. You retreat from that place and make your way to the heart of the green, where the spirit dwells. Letting your body sleep but your mind soar, you beg the spirit for a sign. How can the thing be separated and undone? Oh, we're dreaming of them. It takes 3 suns, but at last your preparations are complete. You've searched for several things which may help, have meditated in the deep green, and danced under the stars to prepare yourself for this ordeal. Now you must return to the cursed lair. Oh, this poor Woodstrider. It's interesting. The Blade Fang is depicted as having the halo of a beast. It's honestly a beast that looks a bit like the skin that they wear. But the thing is still there, trying vainly to extract the noble essence of the Woodstriders from their tormented bodies. You use a sacred substance which flows from the earth itself, called salt, to put up a barrier. Hey, let's go! Protecting yourself from the toxic spirit. Imbibing certain secret things, you open up your essential eye, which sees what is hidden, and cross over to the shadow of the world, the hidden land. Is Genius trying some of those sacred shrooms too? Genius, unlock the essential eye. Transform. Let's go. Magical girl dragon. You can now smell and touch the very essence of the Blade Fang people. They do, yeah, just as you said, they look like... They have the essence of a saber-toothed tiger. All that they are or have ever been is exposed, naked before you. How will you use this moment? Consume the possessors with the spirit fire. Swim into the sea of spirits to find their hidden heart. Heal and cleanse the spirits. I think genius is afraid, but at the same time, I think they're curious too. It's the only way they've made it this far. This is not truly the Bladefang people. It cannot be its true identity. You pause, steeling yourself, and then you dive into the maelstrom of evil like an ocean. You swim through cold lamentations and hot curses. Your spirit undulates, slithering gracefully forward, undaunted. There are vast empty darknesses in which the pain of starving to death, which was the fate of most of the Blade Claws, is relived again and again. You are forced to experience the death of hope, relive the agony of watching cubs die because there was nothing for them to eat, and still you move forward. You relieve their confusion as the tailless arrive in their lands and trap them, violating ancient rules of the hunt. At last you come upon the heart of the Sea of Despair. It's surrounded by a boiling ring of rage, which tries to convince you that it's the true center, but you're not fooled. You push through it, though it burns you terribly, and find the still lagoon where the truth rests. At the center, you find a mewling cub, floating in the darkness. Piteously, almost without hope, it's calling for its creator, mewling weakly for salvation, for aid. This is the truth. These bravest of all good beasts, who feared nothing in life, are afraid of the end. You take the tiny cub and embrace it to yourself, cradling it in your chest feathers and licking it affectionately. Please, you whisper, you're hurting yourself. Go home, where you belong, and where there is no fear, but only rest. The tiny thing was so desperate for consolation, for affection. It mews to you. It is still afraid. You comfort it, telling it that it is not alone. You are with it, and you will remember. Slowly, the cup begins to fade away, and without its heart the troubled sea is no more. Delusion has been washed away, and the thing begins to flow upwards and out of its stolen body. With fear no longer holding it down, it can at last go home. When sun dies that day, the mighty Bladefang people are truly gone, never to return, having at last remembered who they truly were. They were warriors. The unclean ones are gone. Where there was once a thing, a tailless giver lies here, unconscious. Its body and essence are once again its own. But what to do with a lone no-tail on the edge of a great green? Let's freaking eat! There should be nothing left, nothing at all of once was here. You destroy the other seed in its sleep, painlessly, and take it into yourself so that it will not pollute the land. Had it awakened, it would have had to face what it had become, what it had done. Great, great are you, in your mercy and kindness. You were justified in eating that human. You were justified because they tasted really good. It is over. At last, it is over. You leave that lifeless hollow, never to return. It was the moral and delicious choice. I think, as a Dratkin, that is how we make a lot of our choices. The Bladefang people are now gone. What you did was right and good. Humans are very troubled by what they have done. You're doing it a favor, really. There you go. You bathe your whole body in a pure spring of water to purge yourself of the horrible pollution. It's quite some time before you feel clean again, inside. You may never fully understand what happened in that place, but there are some things which are better left unknown. I have a bad feeling. Oh, this fucker. I'm sorry, this stinker. Well, the screaming song of a kin tears at the morning air. An invader has come. In accordance with tradition, it states his identity and purpose. Give up your land, or I blast you like I blasted this tree. It's Flare again. Oh, hatchling, who dares to claim sacred ground? Your tender self is not worthy of this land. By this tree, which I have blasted to a smoke-bleeding shell, I challenge you for this domain. When son is next born, it shall belong to me. Flee if you value your life and survive. Keep your flesh unmarred and seek out a new dwelling. For if you are so foolish as to lay your claws against mine, I shall do to you as I have done here. Such is my song. As you follow the sound to its source, your feathers tremble and rise. Fear courses deliciously through your veins. Upon your arrival, you see that it's blasted an innocent tree into utter destruction. It maintains threat stance, slamming its tail into the ground repeatedly. The scent of innocent cinders fans the flames of righteous rage within you. Its mocking song is repeated over and over. The crash of its tail again. And again. Let's remain calm. Observing that Flare has the high ground and is in a strong position, ready for any physical attack, you pause. Your feathers slowly relax, and fear is replaced with more helpful mental weather. You circle around it, taking in its many scars, the sense of many places upon it. This is a nomad, a kin who has not known a permanent home in quite some time. So you're not a complete fool, it sings, its thought song slightly less jagged and more curved now. My truths remain, however. I'm strong in both fire and earth. I destroy easily and am not easily destroyed. You're weaker. Surrender is wise. We could try to assess Flare's strengths and weaknesses. Okay, so comparatively, we have equal firepower, and equal earth, and yet in all other elements, we've surpassed them. Especially water, but air as well. So I think we actually stand a pretty good chance here. Can we challenge to a battle of wits? I don't think they're interested in a battle of wits. Flare splits an arc of sparks, which fizzle on the ground. Are you too weak, then, to stand against me like a true warrior kin? Miserable tree-tail-hearted coward, your kin only in form and not in essence. Your hackles rise. Ask if Flare is too stupid for a battle of wisdom. Accuse it of being kin only in body and not in mind. Why is a nomad talking about gaining territory? So that's sort of the question. Why is Flare a nomad? And presumably, it's a nomad because it wasn't able to claim territory from anyone in the past. Genius is about to play the INTJ card. That's right. Flare growls deep in its throat, but then huffs, chewing down the fire seed. I will not have a child question my wisdom, it spits. Challenge my mind, if you dare. After the appropriate prelude exchange of oaths, swearing to abide by the verdict of the contest, Flare poses a riddle. Coated in fine white fur, I fly but never land. I cry but have no eyes. What am I? That one's easy. As you correctly answer the question, Flare almost chokes on its own rage, but does not attack, though doing so would violate no law. To go against one's own oath would mark one as honorless, and when known as such, one can never again trade, parley, or communicate with other kin. Welcome, Marie. One would have to be desperate indeed to become a known liar. Blair withdraws to find another kin to challenge in its long search for a home. So, while Sporemaw was slain by Flair, where they stood, Genius was able to use their power of their brilliant mind to defeat their foe without even raising a claw. Flair has been defeated and forced to look elsewhere for a place to call its own. You have won your first territorial defense. Humph. It has left a bit of itself behind, a rather loud crown feather. Its screaming colors will do well to remind you of your victory. It's a bit too late to wish them luck. An appropriately loud feather from the crown of Flair, the shouting invader who you bested. And our Song of Life continues. I'm actually really, really happy we survived. We didn't even need to use the boom. Well, I guess if we encounter any other difficult enemies, then we'll have that waiting for us. But it is honestly such a relief to not have to... I was really worried about that. I was worried that Genius was going to be, like, destroyed in this battle. Just like Sporemaw was, and we wouldn't be able to see any further. But it seems like, fortunately, that's not the case. One moonshine twilight in the Deepwood, you come across a bizarre scent trail, like lightning slithering through a bed of herbs. It's a brightling, one of the mysterious beings who outwardly resemble the tailless, and yet have an essence altogether other. Curious, you follow at a distance. The brightling comes to a beautiful grove of trees, and then, much to your surprise, steps directly into the tree and vanishes from both sight and scent, though you can still sense its essence within. As you begin to approach, a night skyclaw perched in a nearby branch sings out. Hoo hoo! Know you of the many lights? This is them, by the way. This is a night skyclaw. Some reveal what is, as is the light of sun. Some reveal truth as the light of wisdom. Some are blinding, tearing away all, and leaving darkness in their wake. Which of these lights is the light of the bright ones? Hoo hoo. I think it's whatever the nicest light is, the one you like to look at. I think the bright ones are probably... they're probably pleasant. Okay. What does the Skyclaw know about the Brightlings? They are the melders, the mergers, the joiners, joining themselves with all things. My people have seen them walk into lakes, rivers, mountains, trees, becoming one with them. We have seen them dance with the tailless, dances of joy, creation, many steps. So do they become one with the no-tails in body and in essence for a time. And yet they are not like unto them or any good beast. We join with others through destruction and creation, but the bright ones never destroy, never create. They never eat, never birth. No hatchlings of their kind exist. A mystery beyond the knowledge of earth and sun. Such a dissonant harmony, such masterful receivers. So they, I guess that they, like... they dance with the tailless. And yet... They don't actually destroy or create themselves. So it's not just the tailless they dance with, but all things. It sounds like a nice way to be. But a few turnings ago, this was a lonely hill, shining grass-white, naked on moon-shone nights. Then suddenly these trees appeared, and with them the bright ones. The bright ones move, but are they truly beasts? These trees reach for sun, but are they truly trees? Such delicious mystery. Interesting. What are these trees? Itself and its own people. Who is like unto us? Long, long ago we were kin, but we traded that essence to moon and to night, and in return they showed us a new way. The dark air cradles our wings, the fresh scent of night soothes our watery essence, until we melt into darkness. Moon shows our prey revealing from afar, tasty morsels plucked from the shadows of dark-lit trees and sleeping stones. We vanish, and then, revealing ourselves, grow full, like moon, like holy and sacred moon. Who is like unto us? They certainly look like trees, and smell like trees, and feel like trees, and even taste like trees. But they do not sound like trees, do not rustle and creak when the wind blows. The bumpy armor also does not chip or peel when tested by your claws and teeth. What will you do? I hope this doesn't kill us. Breathe out your flame upon the tree. Genius is licking that bark. I think if it would be a shame to breathe out our flame upon the tree and burn the forest down, but I think that these will probably not burn. You focus your inner flame in a brief and forceful breath. You must be careful to scorch and not to set a flame, lest a wildfire begin. And curiously, a part of the burned tree's armor falls away to reveal something. Yeah, that sounds about right. It reminds you slightly of sigils, but... Hey, can I click it? Genius is poking at it with their claw, but it's not doing anything. I like the first option. Walk away. This is other, and there's no way of knowing what will happen if you interact with it. Oh, I know this one. From the webcomic with the hospital. Christy. I think that, so... My feeling here is that there's probably... Well, what do you think about letting a dragon use the computer? Do you think it would be, do you think it's a good idea? I think it's probably a really bad idea. I think dragons will probably be better off if they never touch a computer. But they have to talk to their fellow scalies. Actually, Silver Changeling, that's a very good point. Maybe if we solve this puzzle, we can talk to our fellow scalies on the computer. Oh no. Oh, this looks like a mess. Alright, so... This one... They overlap. It's not so bad. This one I need to think about for a little bit. What is this about? Is this based on an increasing number of sides on the shape? Oh yeah, that's Kingdom Hearts. I think it's the one on the right. Like 3, 4, 5, 6. Like that, yeah? The left? I think it's the left one again. This is definitely this feels like the sort of thing where, how do I put this? I read a science fiction story about this sort of thing once. It was a story set on an alien planet discovered by human space travelers, and there was nothing left on the wasted surface of the planet except for a single tower sticking far out of the ground. They climbed inside, and there were puzzles much like this. And as they kept solving the puzzles, they started with really simple sort of geometric and like numeric puzzles, but as they got deeper and deeper, the puzzles became more and more twisted, and they had to start changing their bodies and minds in order to be able to better solve the puzzles, better fit through the corridors of the tower. Anyway, I think that in the end, the tower, all the tower wanted to do, it wasn't there to give them a reward. It was just there to test for the presence of mind. And when it discovered that there was someone out there in the universe who knew enough to solve the puzzle, it acted accordingly. By the way, this is Diamond Dogs by Alastair Reynolds, if you want to read the story. It was one that I read when I was much younger, and it stuck around in my mind since then. It's a pretty short but a good one. What is this? Is this testing rotation? This is also rotation. Yeah, the middle one, right? The strange markings fade away from the tree's torso, and at first it seems as though nothing happens. I hope I didn't get that wrong. Then you hear a soft but definite thud just behind you. You turn about, brushing something with your tail. It is a fruit of some kind. It must have been growing from this strange tree. Oddly, you see no others like it in any of the other trees. It certainly is beautiful. Beyond beautiful, this is treasure. Its skin is as tough as shinestone, imperturbable, and it gleams and glistens in moon's light. It fits comfortably in your mouth. Oh no, don't eat it. Like carrying an egg, and as you make your way back to your lair with it, a warm, pleasant feeling pervades you. It looks fetching beside all of your other treasures. But was it really on the tree the whole time? And if not, then... What is this? Impossible to peel away its shiny rind, but it's warm to the touch, and seeing it makes you feel oddly peaceful and content. Is this really a fruit? This looks like... I don't know if we should have this thing in our cave. The stain has been removed, but you still dream of fire feasting on the green, of hunting grounds burned away and a land left desolate. One night, as you are exploring along the warmward boundary of the spirit wood, you sense it. You cannot see, hear, or smell it, but you know that it's there. You're in the presence of the spirit of the Woodstrider people. It is small and weak in the shadow of far greater beings, and yet it is altogether beautiful. It gently holds the future of the great green in its mouth. Without it, the fire will come, and the destruction shall be great. It sings to you, with a song beyond words and sigils. What it sings must not be blasphemed by attempting to reproduce it, for it is of such tenderness that it would shatter if it were forced to stand in any one place for very long. But it is waiting. It must be called by its true nature, its true title, its one true name. How shall you address it? As a thrall, as a warrior, as an equal, as a sovereign? Well, I mean, compared to the spirit of the Woodstriders, surely that was an error. You do not truly mean to debase yourself before a mere furbeast, do you? It's all right. There is no kin upon the great and giving body of earth who would openly admit that a furbeast, even a whole tribe of them, is superior. That cannot be true. Look, the thing about genius is they have already, they have already humiliated themselves before a pack of house cats. I think it's fine. I think it's fine to debase ourselves a little bit further. Submitting in such a way to even another Druck, no matter how strong, would be a stain upon one's honor and reputation for the rest of one's days. None would do the dance of creation with such a weak kin. Are you truly willing to be called servile and debased? Yeah? And other terrible names, merely to save some unvoiced trees and lesser beasts from fire, beings who would perish from time's predations, if not to honorable fire. Yes, I will do what others will not. The spirit of dignity whispers in your ear. In the chamber which was made of love, before you emerged into this world, you were taught that the kin are the greatest of the children of earth and sun. Would you insult your creator by throwing this truth away? These beasts, the Woodstriders, are but flesh to feast upon for the clan singers, who openly acknowledge the kin as mightier. They are leaf pickers and grass chewers. There is an order to the one song, and your place in it is high. Much of your authority rests upon the fact that the kin do not suffer equals, let alone superiors among beasts. Do not betray your honorable ancestors. If you admit inferiority, you and all Druck shall be ashamed of it forever. You know, you are far too important for this. Sometimes the best thing to do is simply to leave. Leave this place, now, before you do something very, very wrong. Just kidding. We're changing our name to Debased. You are not dignity, you sing to the voice. You are but hollow arrogance. And with that simple naming of its true self, the voice is defeated and vanishes from your mind. Now it is time for you to summon the gentle Woodstriders, who give up their flesh and their safety, and their lives, so that the green may be truly great, by acknowledging what they are. Belly scales dragging along the dead leaves, dirt and bits of tree skin. He crawls forward slowly, head lowered. When you are directly in front of the envoy, you slowly turn over, exposing the vulnerable underside of your throat. They're really, really beautiful. The rivers, the flames, spots like snow. It is the ultimate gesture of submission, placing your entire life in the care of another. The envoy silently walks toward you, and then through you and past you into your domain. The light and the great vision fades away, but you are left with the knowledge that its people will follow it. Soon the spirit wood will become a throne to those who tried to be first, and so have become the true bearers of the crown. Leaf by leaf and plant by plant, they will reduce that which has grown too great, and the future you saw in your dream will never come to pass. You have defeated stern fate. Some Drak may sing about how you dared to suggest the kin were not the ultimate form of life on this world, and your reputation may suffer. But you have had the wisdom to see why the Great Green itself has given the Woodstriders the crown. They have lost themselves in humble service, and found a great treasure indeed. They are the mate of the green itself, caring silently for it forever. Exceedingly great are they, truly great among beasts. And because of your willingness to do the unthinkable, to see the sovereign hidden within the servant, your land will grow strong. Many will live because of your sacrifice. Oh, that's nice. One who would be first must be the very last, and the servant of all. This is the Empress. That was really beautiful. Our Song of Life continues. I think I'm going to take a short break here. That was a really nice moment, but I will be back in a few minutes, I think. So, I'll see you then, with further exploration of the Great Green. Yeah, lots of cards so far. It's exciting. that was me. Sorry to say. I was having some controller issues before I remembered that this game doesn't use a controller. Alright. Well, a new sun has risen, and our song of life continues. We have this playlist somewhere. I can share it with you, I think. Probably, I'm not sure. Can I share this? Is this safe to share? I would need to dig around a little bit to determine if I can share this playlist, but if I can, then I'll share it with you. I'm glad you like the music. This is interesting. So this symbol wasn't the one that we looked at before. What the heck is this? One sun you come across the foot corpse of a mighty tree which fell some turnings ago. This would not of itself be remarkable, but it's surrounded by a strange taste in the air. What is this? It looks like it's growing, whatever it is. Looking closer, you're astounded to find that thousands of strange, minuscule beings have made the stump their home, and not just any home. Gleaming towers rise like diamond fangs from crystal pathways streaked with shinestone. The denizens are engaged in inscrutable activities, whose purposes you cannot easily comprehend. It is like nothing you've ever sensed. It is other, though not in the same way as the no-tails. What do? Rip the bizarre yet attractive hive out of this place, and take it as a treasure for yourself. I wonder if this is like... There's small beings around here. Perhaps this could be a city for a sort of very small fairy. Though, it looks a little bit unusual for Fae architecture. I wonder what they have to say. You're surprised to find that, unlike the paltry flecks of color you feel when sensing the minds of most tiny beings, these possess a full and lush rainbow of ideas in their inner songs, a depth which rivals even that of a kin. While worried that you might damage their small empire, they are not concerned for their own lives. They are here, apparently, on an important quest which is greater than their hive, and greater even than this entire world, if such a thing is possible. They do not disclose all of the details to you, but the deep mob sincerity and indigo humility which mark all of their thoughts are proof that they are truthful, and that you and the Great Green have nothing to fear from them. The Minisks, for so you have decided to name them, gently suggest that perhaps you and they might help each other. They offer for you to construct for you a treasure of great worth if you will aid them in their task. You are now satisfied that they have no way to defend their beautiful crystalline hive from you. Take it as a treasure. Have we had color-described emotions before? I don't think so. I mean, there have been emotions associated with the sort of colored halos of song that characters have, but I don't know that it's ever been sort of described by the text as like mauve sincerity and indigo humility. I like this a lot, though. I think it's very good. This feels untrustworthy to me, but I'm curious. The Minisks invite you to return in a few suns to see their progress on the great treasure they will craft for you. Well, I wonder what sort of help they're looking for. It seems a bit dangerous to me, but at the same time, I can't help but be curious. A great Minisk treasure. I bet it's pretty great, but I do feel a little bit nervous about it. Welcome, Fiora Eterna. Wormwood? Yeah, Wormwood streams feed two larger bodies of water in this area which borders the Heartwood. Their waters are pure and clean. Perhaps treasure or prey may be found in the Twin Lakes. Well, interesting. There's no going down here, just out here. Well, we're getting a bit hungry, so it might be worth eating. Though it doesn't need to be right away. One sun, you come across a plant with a curious scent. While your music dictates that you consume flesh as your primary fuel, you've made snacks of some grasses and herbs from time to time. They amuse your mouth and are of help when something is stuck within. This plant, however, is altogether different. It smells like dreams, with strands of green fiber flesh and murmurs of heartbreak in the beyond. Your core is mildly repulsed by it, but your essence is drawn to it. Should we consume the plant, or should we not consume the plant? I'm not sure why I'm asking you all. I'm asking you all just to hear what you have to say. But to be honest, I'm going to do the same thing, no matter what you say. You taste a bitter tang which is completely strange yet almost familiar as the herb slides across your sensitive tongue. Could this be medicinal? You know, I guess that a spore maw ate the funny drug and then, like, died from it. So maybe I should be a little more cautious with this stuff, but whatever the case, you consider on afterwards, wending through the undergrowth, tasting the air for prey. Unfortunately, no meat scent meets your senses. Welcome, Fire Mountain. We have often consumed things we should not in this game. It's true. Unfortunately, no meat scent meets your senses. Or wait, was that no meat sense meets your senses? I see. Oh yeah, alright, it's kicking in, it's kicking in. Let's do it. You do, however, scent a nearby honeysuckle bush. Until now, however, you never realized how glorious the scent of honeysuckle is. It trickles through your mind, seeming to embed yourself in your very essence. You bury your muzzle in the honeysuckle and inhale it, taste it, let it throw all throughout yourself. Ugh. Don't mind me. Moving on, you feel the way the tall grasses brush against your underscales. No, you don't feel it. You feel it. Completely. How could you never have noticed how wonderful it feels? Flopping down onto your side and rolling around, you can acutely sense every last scale on your body, can taste each one lighting up as the grass caresses you so very tenderly. Your whole body is alight, and then it is light itself. You are seeing yourself dissolving into the grass, into the nearby trees, into the wind as it touches you, and yet you are not alarmed at all by the dissolution. Of course. You are the wind. How could you have thought that you were a silly giant lizard? What do they call themselves? Oh, it doesn't even matter. A rainbow lumber honeybuzz hovers nearby. It roars cheerfully to you. Hello, wind. You roar politely in return as a cloud of tiny clan singers, each one smaller than your smallest talon, washes over you, singing a lovely refrain involving clouds, and... Why have you never eaten a cloud? You're completely certain they would be an explosion of lovely flavor upon your tongue, like a bursting gallbladder in your mouth. And, oh my, you need to eat something's gallbladder. Right. Now. You hop from treetop to cloudtop to the tops of tiny flowers, all of which support your weight perfectly, and sing gallbladder every time you land on them, helpfully because you almost forgot that idea, and it's so amusing that you almost forgot that idea. It's even amusing that you were amused that you almost forgot that idea. As your tail thumps joyfully, the thought occurs to you that, if you were a no-tail, you couldn't thump your tail. In fact, did no-tails even have a way of expressing amusement? Wait, no-tails? Oh no! The bad trip! No-tails, with their dead shinestone false claws that they used to destroy, their bodies covered with the skins of other animals, stilting across the land like wobbly totems of death on their too thin legs, the scent of otherness clinging to them like a giant writhing bloodsucker. They are bloodsuckers. You can see them all, burying their terrible soft talons and blunt teeth into the great birther, sucking the essence out of her, leaving Earth stained with a rainbow black death and horribly, horribly dry. Why? What are they? You must destroy them. You must save the green. There's so many. Why, son? Help us, Earth. Help us, the others have come, bringing death with their foul offspring. No! Yeah, that's happened to me before, too. That's a rough one. When you awaken, Moon is looking down at you. Everything has returned. You're once again in conscious command of your mind and body, and know what is and what is not. You have no idea where in the Great Green you are. Tracing your own scent back to your lair, and discovering evidence that you apparently did several things while under the influence of the herb, which are better not to think about, you curl up and sleep for a very, very, very long time. Having lost the contents of your stomach during the escapade, you are ferociously hungry and set out immediately to find nothing to devour. You will never, never eat that three-leafed herb again. Or perhaps you will! There was a kind of joy more pure and insurmountable when you ate the herb than you have ever felt. You feel as though your very essence was stretched wider, and you had a sense of deep escape from the horrors of life, until that last part. What is that herb? Oh, yeah. We absolutely leveled up from smoking the herb. I mean, eating the herb. Sun has died and been reborn repeatedly, since you discovered the crystalline empire of the Minisks, living out its collective life in the dead treefoot. Returning, you notice that they have begun a small work on the ground just outside the stump. It's difficult to tell what it is, but at the moment it seems like a small tangled mass of burnished shinestone and mica with no discernible function. The Minisks greet you with their colorful and guileless mine song as you approach. They announce that they've begun constructing a great work for you, which will one day be a beautiful treasure of rare worth. They request with polite lemon colors in their song, but you now honor your side of the agreement. For their own sacred mission, they require a single white tuft of tail fur from a blaze tail. They are forbidden by their way to travel far enough outside their minuscule settlement to obtain it themselves, so you must obtain it for them. I don't really see any danger in saying that we'll try to hunt the blaze tail. There is a very good reason that the blazetails thrive all across the Great Green and beyond, even near the cursed hives of the no-tails. Wise, swift, and without shame, they are masters at cheating destruction. Actually, I have a bad feeling about this. Is a blazetail a lion? That would be pretty bad, wouldn't it? I was trying to think of, like, what a blazetail would be. Oh, there's a plains runner? I like this. Lumberer, great lumberer. Oh, maybe a lion is a greater slide claw. That sounds likely. Yeah, a great slide claw is here. So, I don't... Oh, a blazetail is... It's a fox! Okay, a blazetail is a fox. We need to get a little tuft of fur from a fox's tail. A blazetail is a wonderful name for them. You will have to hunt one. Once you have obtained one of their tails, you may return, hopefully to claim your plot prize from the Minisks. Well, let's give it a try. Oh, beautiful. You can now dine on your very self in times of need. 6th grade of water mastery. Oh, a venomous bite? Oh, that sounds very strong. So we now know a water bite skill that pierces armor. And if we land against a fire attack, it reduces opponent's elemental mastery significantly for 3 rounds. That's exciting. Maybe if we hunt out here, we might be able to find a blazetail? Though, let's unlock this area too. Oh, more fairies! That looks like the light of a fairy. This area has an odd topography. Curiously irregular hills dot the lightly wooded vales, giving it its name, the Barrows. Hillbacks roam the misty land and are said to be one of the finest meals a kin can partake of, but even a full-grown kin would not attack one of that doughty tribe unprepared. I see. Yeah, this seems like a good time to do some hunting. You know, I know that we're friends with the Wood Striders, but I bet they would be good to eat. Well, no, let's see if we can find the Blazetail. There's a large fur beast smelling of trees, and a moderately sized fur beast with a predator's scent. Maybe that could be the Blazetail? Oh, perfect, it's the Blazetail. The taste of Blazetail essence is upon the air. Oh, they have a beautiful halo. A beautiful song. The star above their head. It's a little dangerous to draw nearer. The Blazetail cannot escape, and turns to face you in final combat. Well, they're a Blazetail, so they must be weak to water. Songs of praise and calm. The fire within your mind is dimmed. A Blazetail. The Blazetail people have a reputation for beauty and intelligence, and you can see that the former has been well earned. Its lithe body is alight with the colors of the setting sun, and its supple, luxurious tail rivals your own. The look in its eye is all you need to confirm the latter portion of its repute. Golden orbs which seem to see right through everything around them. Very little indeed evades the notice of the Blazetail, marking them difficult prey from the outset. But even more than this, it is sung by many that they are accomplished magicians. They have the ability to disappear from one place and appear in quite another when threatened. This proud and enigmatic animal will not be easily destroyed. Welcome, Data Erase. We just met a Blazetail. I haven't done this as much, but we should study some more. So that was air, I think. So water then air. Let me take some notes. Then air. Water. So they have very powerful water, but very weak fire. That's interesting. It said they were a Blazetail, but I guess that by the sorts of things fire usually means in this game, they're not actually that fiery. I have a feeling that this is a little bit dangerous when I don't know their full pattern, but I'm tempted to try a fire move. Oh. Shoot. It wasn't worth it. Used another water. And now air again. So it's like air, air, water, water. We might just be able to hold out a little bit longer in order to study it further. Welcome, Sir Moramara. We are fighting a fox of the Blazetail tribe, who's on their last legs. But we're trying to study them a little more to learn about them. Oh wow, this is quite the crafty pattern. I thought it had a much simpler rhythm than this, but it's actually quite tricky. Alright, we fully studied the Blazetail, but I lost track of where we were in the order. That's fine though. By the way, this is Golden Treasure, the Great Green, which is a story about the life of a young dragon. Right now, they're hunting. The flesh is bittersweet, tasting of secrets kept beyond the end. You remove its beautiful tail to take to the tiny beings. I wanted to see the fox poem, but I guess we'll see that after we finish up this hunting section. We were just bowing our heads to the deer and pledging servitude to them, but now we're gonna hunt one. This is probably going to lower our favor with the wood striders, but I think that's fine. Oh yes, that's right. We have talked with our beautiful dad once again. He didn't have a whole lot to say, but he's still, you know... He's still... how do I put it? Well, he's still doing his thing. He's still willing to give us advice, and, help us understand what's going on. He helped us understand visions we had of a fire that would destroy the Great Green, and we were able to take care of it, so... We are learning more about the deer. The prey nobility of the Great Green. Their meat is renowned for health-giving properties, but they defend their precious bodies with both strength and agility. Dining on leaves and grasses, they're constantly on the lookout for danger, and the givers grow mighty battle crowns, which make them an even greater threat in conflict. This could be an opponent to make even a great lumberer's slide claw pause, but they are by nature a peace-loving people and avoid violence when possible. Do we understand them yet? Not yet. It would be really nice if I could just study this one and... It notices you and flees! This one's really tricky. Oh, they use all 4 elements. That's beautiful. So, if we brace ourselves... Oh, wow. Their air affinity is quite strong. Stronger than ours. Actually, no, it's the same as ours. That's interesting. Welcome, Marielle. The dragoning is going great. We explored a deep forest, the Spirit Wood. Also, we ate some herbs that had us tripping all over the place. It was awesome. Some other things have happened too, but those are the big things. So, alright, we understand the Woodstrider now, so... I believe that they just used an air attack, which means that their next should be Earth. And based on the strength of their Earth affinity, we can take advantage of that and use our more powerful attacks, like Venomous Bite. Next, they'll use a water attack, so we can follow up with air. What does Mind Scream do? You channel a powerful discordant song into your opponent's mind. This weakens you a little bit to use it, though. Or it uses a bit of energy. Okay, good. That was enough. Once the leaves of the great trees was fashioned into the body and essence of this graceful Woodstrider, and now it is yours. The meal leaves you feeling deeply satisfied. Oh, we're stuffed from that one. That was delicious. A large fur beast smelling of trees. Oh, another Woodstrider. Well, we ate heartily tonight. The flesh of this handsome lord of the Great Green is fittingly delicious. Its crown will make for a fine reminder of your beautiful and deadly encounter. The soft overcomes the hard. Water dissolves even great mountains in time. The path to true mastery lies not in strength and domination, but through knowing the caress of leaf upon soft flank, the cool, clear stream flowing without and within, the bright and quiet places hidden from the eye. We have become one with the great green, and a crown is given to us for the head, for the soul. We are the lovers. This is our way, the good way of the Woodstriders. We are the people of silent song, keepers of secrets, lovers of questions. the dancers to quiet music, falling across the world in circles, inward outside, outward in. Only by bending can you truly move straight. Only by ending can you truly begin. Only by releasing can you truly embrace. This is our way, the good way of the Blaze Tales. Or is it? Oh yes, Mary Elfin, we discovered the Blaze Tales. Just wanted to let you know. And yes, dragons do deserve acid, too. Well, our Song of Life continues. And we ate really well. I'd like to speak with... the Minish. These tiny beings in their highly advanced little city inside a tree stump. They're a little small even for fairies. Having now attained the blazing tail, you make your way back to the Minix's stump. They're strangely sad to receive the whole trail. It seems as though they were hoping that they could have their desire without causing a Blazetail's destruction. Still, they affirm that you've honored their bargain, and that work will continue on your treasure. You're to return in another few suns to see what they have brought. More than a treasure, I'm mostly curious about who they are. Who are these beautiful, brilliant, tiny beings who sing in beautiful color? And what are they doing on this planet? Unless they're from the planet too? Oh, beautiful! Who are you? Oh, a challenge. You hear a sudden challenge travel through the afternoon air. Behold, the flower of earth has come. Our magnanimous patron challenges the holder of these lands. They're cute, though. This one seems very nice. This dragon's cheeky expression as they're, look at this dragon just like, you know, posing gracefully, majestically as a squirrel, like, winds themselves around their neck. Kind of... it's kind of something. You understand, right? Stand before the one who rises, and prepare for vagrancy. You are certainly being summoned to defend your territory. But there is something very strange. The voice is not that of a Drac. Chicken Hat. Greetings, O Drac! You stand now before the fabulous, marvelous, transcendent, magnificent, rising flower of earth, opening into beautiful maturity. You decide to call it Bloom. Smug Fluttershy approaches you for battle. That's what it feels like, isn't it? It's definitely what this feels like. I speak with the voice of our enlightened master. Earth has revealed to our patron's advanced mind that this land, the Spirit Wood, is destined to be our home. Soon the green shall be transformed into a bastion for our prophet and liege, and all who wisely worship this pure and perfect mystagogue. The ultimate kind of nemesis for you specifically? Do you think so, Tristy? Me as in Genius the Dragon, or me as in Hollowbel? If you are so cursed and miserably foolish as to stand in the way of perfection-given flesh, state your terms of defense, but beware. Would you make a challenge of battle? All of these warriors, you see, are one with the Master, and against all will fight you together. Against such unity, you have no hope. A challenge of your mind? all of us are one in thought. What riddle will you pose that one of the many will not know? You're already defeated. Depart with grace, and let not violence mar the wedding of this land to its rightful overlord. That's awesome. I love this. I'm like, there's a hidden option. If only you had good beast followers of your own. Okay, I'll remember this. So the thing is... The thing that I'm really curious about here is that Bloom's followers are very talkative and very enthusiastic, but Bloom hasn't said a single word. I'd like to hear from them if I can. Being fairly certain that Earth has not appointed this or any one kin to speak for her, you question the assertion that Bloom is her prophet. A herald replies, "Behold, another prophecy fulfilled, in our prescient Lord's beneficence. Were we not told this very sun that the Drakh of these lands would malign our master's status and question our faith? Great opening flower now rising feeds us, protects us, makes new paths. How like Earth, the great birther it is. Some of us were slaves to the tailless, but the Exalted One took us in. Some were outcasts from their tribes, doomed to destruction, but we found a light by which to see, a fragrant breeze to scent. How could any not sent by a great power have done such things? Verily, our patron is all-knowing, all-hearing, all-scenting, incapable of error." This is a dangerous one, but let's call their divine perfection into question. Bloom has certainly armed its sycophants with a variety of counters to any suggestion of its imperfection. Many revolve around their placing the burden of disproof unto you, relying on the simple fact that one cannot conclusively prove the absence of anything, including even the most far-fetched assertions. They have also made a virtue out of gullibility. Normally, belief in something so bizarre as a Drakh knowing literally everything and being sent by Earth herself would be called stupid or insane, but in this one special case, believing in the unlikely is judged to be a positive attribute, something which they call faith. We know about faith. Earth is, as usual, unwilling to weigh in on the conversation herself, which they interpret as a tacit approval of what they are singing, conveniently. Wisely, however, you avoid making any declarations of falsehood outright. Instead, you engage in respectful conversation. You guide the beast's thoughts into one thing and then another, and in the end it all comes down to the color of the leaf you hold in your claws. Bloom counters cleverly. Each animal says that it is a different leafy color, and if any of them are correct, you must accept that Bloom was correct, by the logic that they all speak for Bloom. They are shocked when you open your forepaw and show that it was not any kind of leaf at all, but a small gray stone. It seems that Bloom could not even tell what was right in front of it. Bloom's disciples do not know what to make of it. Their fervor to face you in battle is lessened. Bloom is deeply insulted by this and steps forward, shoving past its followers to face you personally. Its honor at stake, the dance of destruction begins between the two of you. Oh well, I was hoping to do this, cleanly, but... The dance of destruction begins. Like a mighty river, the Great One flowed, turning the enemy's rage back upon itself. Oh yeah? That's cool. You fling the boom at Bloom and ignite it with your breath. Bloom got fucking exploded. Bloom's remains have been scattered across the Spirit Wood. Bloom has been defeated and driven away. Victory is yours once more, as is another feather token of your power. As it passes out of your territory, you hear Bloom's herald announce, Rejoice, believers in the Perfect One. Our Hierophant and Overlord reveals that this was not the Promised Land, but merely a test of our loyalty, which we have passed. Rejoice! Most good beasts, however, are quite aware of the truth. You've crushed another invader, and the Spiritwood, Heart of the Great Green, remains yours and yours alone. Thanks to your pipe bomb. I was thinking, are the Shriekers still residing in our cave? I think they might be, and, I mean, if we, like, give the Shriekers treats so that they can make more bombs. Oh, this is nice. The feathers here. Yeah, I don't see any bats in here. Maybe we could spend a time with. There was an option for if you have a bunch of animals on hand that wasn't selectable, yes. Interesting. I can't choose this area, but I bet something's good there. I kind of want to unlock that last bit. Oh, a meteor? And a blaze tail. You've reached the edge of the Great Blue, said to coil around the world, home to many Sapphire clan of the kin. Hunting in the deeps is therefore unwise, but many good beasts of the land find the fresh breezes and broad meadows here pleasant, and may be hunted by an ambitious young kin. You're getting closer to the end of... We're maybe 2/3 of the way through the second phase of the game. I'm really happy that we managed to, or that Genius has managed to, like, defeat 2 challengers. Based on, like, the feathers on the wall, I suspect there might be a third, but I think we could take them. Oh, interesting. So this area wasn't actually available. I'm really curious about this thing that looks like a meteor here. Also, it looks like there's a horse. Wow! It is evening. The dying sun is cradled by the tender horizon. The stars are being born, and as you lie beneath them, enjoying their beauty, you're dazzled by a sudden flash of light. A bright sphere is drawing a streak of light across the sky, a star descending from the great above, screaming as it falls, and you realize it will land in your territory. You find yourself running towards it, the hunter within awakened. Don't die! The falling star crashes just out of sight. You feel the impact in your heart bone. A shockwave of dust and light explodes through the nearby trees. My companion's slide claw is attacking my knees because he demands dinner. Well, hey, the slide claw demands it. I mean, from what we've seen in this game of slide claws, you better be nice and servile towards them. He's hungry, so you better fulfill his every demand. As reality settles from the fall and you emerge from the green, you see before you a crater in the earth, a hole many body lengths wide. In the center of it, the was a star lies nestled and smoking, an offspring of the beyond. The smell is like no fire of this world. Cautiously, tongue flicking outward, you venture down into the center of the pit, one paw at a time. Upon reaching the star, you look more closely at its surface. The beautiful and oddly shaped rock appears riddled with small indentations, glistening and gleaming in the light of new risen moon. Heaven's Fall Shinestone, a grand treasure indeed, though you have no idea how you will get it back to your lair. You're still admiring it when a strong wind blows and the stars above you are obscured by a huge winged shape. Wow. An enormous kin lands on the cusp of the crater. It is several times your size, more massive even than Darktooth. It must be nearly as ancient as Earth herself. Is this Fathom? With the tentacle patterns? Its thick lapis armor smells of brine, and its armor bears ancient scars uncountable. Oh, maybe these are scars of tentacles? It stands proud and tall, looking down on you and your treasure-to-be with eyes of black and gold. Slowly, it reaches out with a warm and soft song. Oh, little childkin, know me. I am Fathom, mate of the great blue, and knower of its inner ways from turnings beyond thought. Your dry domain is blessed this moon with a fallen sky egg. My truth-drowned mind wishes to reach beyond blessed earth, to know what lies beyond. I have known the lower void, furthest depths of the blue, and now I must know the upper void, the above everlasting. Thus shall I receive from you this fallen star, and the wealth and mysteries which lie within. The song is outwardly gentle, but the colors and tone make it clear that it expects you to give over this great treasure. Tradition would dictate that it is yours, having fallen into your territory, but Fathom is an awesome name for a dragon. It's really, really cool. Okay, so if we refuse to give it over under any circumstances, I feel a little bit like Fathom... If Fathom wants to, they could destroy us utterly. I don't really think that we can, like... I don't think there's anything we can really do about this. I want to request a treasure. The Elder indulgently listens as you fold back your wings in a display of humility and request the tradition be honored with an exchange of goods. You acknowledge that Fathom is powerful enough to take whatever it wishes, but you believe it to be honorable. Fathom's head bobs twice, and you are briefly terrified that it will breathe the notorious secret thunder of the Sapphire Drac upon you. That's nice. Is the secret thunder of the Sapphire Drac like electric eel sting? But instead it coughs up a shimmering spear. It glistens in the dirt like a perfect miniature moon. This is a pearl, born of the discomfort of the voiceless, shaped over many turnings by secret dwellers of the Great Blue. A martial arts move? My trove is rife with these baubles, but in the dry lands, such a thing is rare. I offer it in exchange for the sky egg. While much smaller than the fallen star, it is quite beautiful indeed, and worth many shiny things. The Elder's thought colors make it clear that no better offer will be forthcoming, so you meekly accept the pearl. Satisfied, the Elder seizes the sky-fallen object, wrenches it from the ground, and flies off with it setwards into the cool evening air. Treat and you get to live. That's what I was thinking. It's definitely... I don't know. I think a pearl is lovely. You know, this is a treasure of the sea, one that we probably would have never found otherwise. And yet, especially if it's a pearl that is a little too large to safely swallow, this is an enormous pearl. You carry it back to your lair in your mouth like an egg, and place it carefully in your trove. You've given up a greater treasure for a lesser one, but at least you've obtained something. Had you attempted to fight the Elder, you might have lost all, including your life. Considering that truth, you've done well. A giant pearl! This is beautiful. It looks like a stone, but does not smell like one. The scent reminds you of the Great Blue. Elder Fathom mentioned that it was created by the discomfort of the voiceless. That's a really nice way to describe it. That's a beautiful way to describe the creation of a pearl. We definitely got cheated, though. But I'm happy with it anyway. Sun rises and falls, and once again you return to the Minisks. Their unliving creation for you has begun to take shape. It's a geometric curiosity, with triangles joined together in a difficult harmony, and once again they dare to request a favor from you. It takes quite a bit of time before you fully grasp what they're asking for. They need the green-orange kind of shinestone called copper. There are small amounts of it in the shiny things you might find all over the land. They will need twice the number of shiny things as you have claws, both for their own purposes and to fulfill your gift. I guess that we'll need to get some copper. Maybe by the water? I think these shiny things. These look more like shells than copper. The Great Blue. An endless shuddering plain, stretching southward to the far horizon. This is water's true lair, to which all other water in the world seeks to return. Even Sun rests here after his daily burning end. The taste of countless strange good beasts is carried on the air and water, salty and fresh in your mouth. However, all that is in the sea has been claimed by others. You smell the personal scent of a sapphire-kin on the waves. Entering the deep water would be considered an invasion. Anything which washes onto the soft-edged land, however, is yours by right, and there is much here of interest. Hard-armored scuttleclaws range about, picking over the bounty. Spending a sun here may lead you to discover some worthy additions to your trove of miscellaneous shiny things, and possibly a salty snack or two. Sure. You spend a delicious sun raging slowly up and down the shore, collecting beautiful, glistening body layers of small beings long gone. When hungry, you crack open a scuttleclaw and suck out the sweet flesh, and when tired, you sleep in the soft sand, lulled by the dancing winds. By the time you leave, you've gained 12 shiny things and a small scar from a belligerent scuttleclaw. Your dreams that night are filled with the music of the Great Blue. So... the thing is, I feel like that pearl is, like... I want to go talk with Darktooth. So you can show Darktooth the giant pearl. Oh, great one, what is this? Show Darktooth the silver fruit. Darktooth sniffs at the object, and then it blinks. A shiver runs through its feathers. That's a little bit what I was afraid of. With a single motion, Darktooth sweeps it into its own maw and swallows it. Before you can object, Darktooth sings soothingly. Fear not. You shall be compensated. This item is too dangerous to leave in the care of a youngling. It may summon calamity to your lands. It is... other. I would simply destroy it, but I happen to have a use for such a thing. Darktooth gives you quite a few shiny things, more than you thought the object should have been worth, which helps the chagrin. I had a bit of a feeling that, I mean, this treasure was buried deep within an artificial tree full of puzzles designed to test for the presence of mind. The sort of mind that can do logic puzzles. So, why would they want to test for the existence of such a thing? You know, it could be that they're happy to see minds sprout. But it could be something else entirely. Perhaps they're waiting for mine to sprout so they can do something about it. We have 39. We have 39 shiny objects. That's awesome. So if we say we found an interesting object, show the giant pearl. While this looks like a stone, it does not smell like one. The scent reminds you of the Great Blue. Elder Fathom mentioned that it was created by the discomfort of the voiceless. The shape, color, and texture of this pearl is a rarity, at least on dry land. Most treasure-collecting beings would be interested in it for its beauty. It's worth perhaps 30 shiny things in trade. That's good. I was thinking of trading it. I'd like to know about the silver rod, though. This was the one that Darktooth gave us, and it's some kind of key. Okay, I had a feeling it was some kind of key meant to unlock something. The shinestone of which it is made is actually not silver, but some kind of strange amalgamation of various shinestones. It's well-nigh indestructible. It is worth probably much more than 25 shiny things in trade. I wonder what it unlocks. So we can't actually offer him the silver key? We can't be like, take this back? Alright, we have enough shiny things that we're looking for. We learned this about the Brightlings on a previous playthrough, but the Brightlings come from a far sibling Earth, carrying a shining yet distant music to our world. Even if they would not harm us, it would be better if they were gone. Their overbright music was not meant for the sun, this Earth. Alright. We should be good now. Our Song of Life continues. Perhaps soon enough. We'll find out what they've been working on. Oh, fairies! Many are the tiny beings of the Great Green. Most have 6 legs and are clad in colored armor, hopping, fluttering, or marching to and fro alone and in harmonious swarms. Though crunchy and tongue-amusing, they're generally much too small to be of notice to a mighty kin. This sun, however, you come upon the golden village of a particularly well-ordered species of tiny beings, their bodies streaked in sun yellow and night black. You decide to call them honeybuzz, for the sound their wings make and the strange syrupy substance with which they fill their hexagonal homes. While most such beings have small minds like single sparks of yellow or green, or red when angered, here's another instance of, like, color being associated with mind. And by and large, these are no exception. The settlement is home to a more advanced being, one who carries the essence of all of the hive within itself, a honeybuzz archbirther. It calls out to you, and you are surprised at the complexity and elegance of its mind song. The archbirther requests your help. A lesser lumberer has been attacking the honeybuzz's village and devouring their honey, damaging the walls and killing many of their tiny hatchlings in the process. It claims to know the location of what it calls the useless flower, an object to which it believes would be of interest to a kin who seeks treasure. It promises to show you to the useless flower if you can save its wax village from the lumberer. Will you take on the honeybuzz's archbirther's request and hunt a lesser lumberer this sun? Yes. Oh, we go straight into a fight. That's a little scary. Alright, we're fighting a bear. Alright, let's go in with the poison. Alright. We got a first hit in. It's injured. Take care, Silver Changeling. Now while they're staggered, their fire is quite strong. This is kind of a dangerous fight, though. I'm not sure if I should stall it out. Mind Scream? Your enemy is now injured, and they're standing on their hind legs. We beat a bear! The fight is vicious, which surprises you. Lumberers often turn away when confronted with true resistance, but it's very fond of the honeybuzz regurgitation for some reason. It does not taste good to you at all. This dragon does not like the taste of honey. In the end, however, you are victorious. You silence the lumberer, eat much of his flesh, which tastes very good, and leave the useless remainder beneath the honeybuzz settlement as a warning to others. It looks like we maxed out our energy as far as I can tell. The grateful Earthbircher dispatches several of her warrior offspring to guide you to your promised prize, a crystal in the shape of a flower, eternally blooming from a small boulder and hidden by many flowers of a more regular kind. You can see why a honeybuzz would find this unliving flower useless, but the kin would call it something else. Treasure. That's beautiful. could research this crystal flower, but I really want to keep on exploring. It looks like the menisks are not done yet. At least I figure when they're done, this will change, but I'm not sure about that. Is this a fox? It could be nice to learn about the fox. Cutie! While ranging about the setward area of your territory, you've found a rare anomaly. The green is here, merged. You can smell it clearly. Each plant, tree, tiny being, and even beast shares a scent. You've never known anything like this to be the case. Personal scent is usually quite personal. Yeah, their fur is so fluffy. What is even more interesting is that the shared scent is highly reminiscent of a kin in some ways. Why? Why would kin essence flow in such diverse forms of life? Why should so many share one taste, one scent? Turning, you notice a blazetail, alert and yet not afraid, watching you from atop a nearby fallen tree. You do not sense its approach, which is very odd. How did the blazetail approach so stealthily? How did the blazetail know what was in the Dratkin's mind? Could it be that the kin entered this sacred domain blindly, without knowledge? Why would it do such a thing? Questions, questions. They fall like drops of water from the sky, innumerable and faded, writhing about before being joined by others of their kind. And this is my question to a wandering kin. What do you seek here in the Heartwood? You inquire as to the name Heartwood. You are under the impression that this was part of your own territory, the Spiritwood, heart of the Great Green. Is Heartwood just another name for your own lands? Does this Dratkin believe itself to be the greatest power in the Green? Does it not know that a far more powerful kin holds a lair which borders its own? Will it only be satisfied by a primitive scent smear of waste as a territorial sign? Not accepting the mark upon all life here is far more elegant proof of the domain of an elder? This fox has a triangle halo. Might not a true elder be capable of more than this youngkin could imagine? Might it not be on a quest which its young mind could not fathom, and have little time for scent marking, leaving more beautiful things behind itself instead? Why would a young kin assume that there is only one heart of the Great Green, when in fact every being within it flows with the rhythm of life, and its hearts are many? But perhaps we should be more indulgent. How could it know the grand design of the All-Mother, to whom all things are beloved, and how could it know that the All-Mother has linked the essence of all beings in this most blessed of greens together as one? Indeed, how could it know? Should we apologize? Would it take offense if we did? Or if we didn't? And as a servant of a higher power, would apologizing be seen as improper by our loving All-Mother? And should we fear impropriety in All-Mother's eyes, as All-Mother only responds to impropriety by drawing such beings closer to her? The All-Mother sounds nice. Questions, questions, they cover us like fur, like the long wheat grasses which blanket Earth's tender parts, and do any of them have or deserve answers? Is it not obvious from our scent and essence that we were once but a uncommon blazetail, one who dared to challenge the All-Mother, and was engulfed by its overkind spirit, becoming enkindled and serving as herald for the Compassionate One? Here's enkindled again, which seems to mean having your mind altered in some way by another being, at least as far as I can tell. Though it might be a bit different, or like more than that. Does it wonder about the Blazetail people, of whom we once were? What could answering possibly accomplish? being enkindled but would fix me? Maybe if it was by someone nice. I bet it would feel great to get enkindled by the All-Mother. Does it wonder about the Blaze-Tail people of whom we once were? What could answering possibly accomplish? Should any people give away their secrets for nothing? Or even for something? Could such a people endure? And are we even still of such a people? Can anything be certain except that we are far happier and more blessed than we were when we were a mere Blaze-Tail? I could ask them to stop its endless questions, but it seems like it's in their nature. So instead, I'm gonna keep going. You attempt to leave the Blaze-Tail behind, but when you try to move past the boundary of your own lands, something stops you. You cannot say what. You simply don't feel like going any farther. There isn't any scent marker here to ward you off, but you can't. You won't. You don't belong here. You're not welcome here, at least not yet. But how did you even know that, unless... You shake your head to clear it. The power of an elder is a terrific, terrifying thing. You're better off not going deeper for now. Perhaps when you've grown greater. Ask the Blaze-Tail to stop its endless questions. Why? Because you struggle to answer them? Because their implications disturb you? Because you find them annoying? Whatever the case, how can one be other than what one is? We are a living question, writhing through the green on a holy mission, are we not? Is there not but one true answer to all of our questions? And do we not both long for and fear it, knowing that we shall cease to exist if it's ever given? Is that not the sad fate of all questions? To be simultaneously completed and destroyed by answers? Is it joyous or tragic? How should we describe the living salvation of Earth? How shall we express to a curious young kin the fullness of its perfection? Should we begin by describing it as the last of the Crystal Clan, sundered from it yet bound to all things? Interesting, the Crystal Clan. Should we hint at the fact that, with the last of its relations destroyed, it chose to adopt all beings, from the tiny to the great, as its own hatchlings, and to see their fortunes as its own? And more importantly, dare we even reveal the existence of the grand design, by which all shall be healed and the orphans at last shall become true children? If we were to ask, what would a young kin think of the All-Mother? It sounds nice. It sounds very sweet. Why do you ask? It seems as though writing question is comfortable asking others questions, but dislikes being on the receiving end. A common hypocrisy. I think Flummox the pedantic furbeast has granted you a bit of satisfaction, and it doesn't ask again, allowing you to skillfully evade the question. When you arrive back in the Spirit Wood, the diversity of sense around you is comforting. But was it fear, excitement, or something else that you felt in that place where many were swiftly becoming one? Dare you return, knowing that you cannot advance? Should you not focus on other, more attainable things for now? Will you ever know the fragile and precious truth of the Heartwood? And how might that truth change you? Splendid. Now you're doing it, too. That's nice. The Masks have prepared a prismatic welcome for you this day. Your gifts have allowed them to make great progress on their mysterious mission. Their songs of thanksgiving echo 1,000 colors in your mind. Questions murdered by answers. The one truth. Ah. Beautiful realm of possibility destroyed. How tragic. How cruel. Joyfully, They present to you with your award, a shining confection of oddish material. They explain that it will continuously broadcast a living song, which will somehow hunt your mind for gaps in your understanding and fulfill them. In all honesty, most of their explanation was too complex for you, but you gather that this will automatically build your elemental mastery daily. That's really good, isn't it? The Perpetual Pyramid. Who are these little people? Your support of and patience with the tinylings earned you this strange and wonderful treasure. Apparently it oozes truth, forever whispering lost secrets into the dreaming. While asleep, you may gain mastery in the elements. Oh yeah, now that they've completed, tear up their little city? No, I won't do that. That wouldn't be nice. Also, they probably have, like, miniature lasers. I think that would be funny, at least. I am a bit curious about this pyramid. It oozes truth, forever whispering lost secrets into the dreaming. Okay, so you can't learn more about it, just the crystal flower. Oh, you again! Whoops, I thought I hadn't seen this one. Ah, the herb. Last time you were here, it was quite an experience. It brought joy and an expansion of your essence, but you lost control of your mind. Do you wish to ingest more of it? Yes. The bitter tang of the herb washes over your essence again. The worries of kin and good beasts no longer mean anything to you. You remember. I like these, honey buzzes. When you return to your mundane mind, you feel both wonderful and awful. Okay, I won't go back to the leaf every day. I think this sort of thing is best enjoyed in moderation, with space to appreciate it. That's just how I feel, though. Maybe we can explore a little further. The river's edge area. Is there anything else here? Well, before we proceed from part 2, the remaining sort of tarot card stories include forging an alliance with the clan singers, discovering the truth about the Brightlings, and allowing no hunting ground to perish. Well, none have perished yet. I really want to know what's up with the Brightlings, but I'm not sure how to discover that truth. Unless Brightlings are here? Oh, there are clan singers. So the silver fruit, Darktooth, I think said... Well, Darktooth just said, like, this is too dangerous. Like, Darktooth, like, looked horrified and ate it immediately. And then was like, this is not for you. It's too dangerous. This is too dangerous for everyone, but I can do something with it. Approximately. So maybe the Brightlings are out here somewhere? Or maybe... And then paid us a whole ton of shinies, yes. Maybe there's another event here? You believed your business with the Mimics concluded, but as you passed by their settlement on a latter sun, its lights flash as though to gain your attention. Curious, you turn aside. I wonder if they could be... The Mimics have, it seems, been experiencing great difficulty on account of a simple innocent foe, water. The falling rain has been flooding their shining transport lines, and the constant humidity is slowing their progress as they labor towards completion of their mission. They ask your permission to move their entire colony into your dry and stone-sheltered cave. Treasure! A section in the southeast we haven't explored yet? Oh, okay, I will check that out later. They believe your mind is advanced enough to appreciate the concept of generosity. They have to explain that concept to you several times, and eventually you do understand it, though you still doubt its value. Having their hive in your lair would beautify it, but these beings are strange and other, and not knowing their true purpose, you know not what weal or woe they may bring. I think they seem super nice. We got the Crystal City. They seem like friends. And this makes them our treasure. Sun has died, and moon does not exist this night. Earth is utterly unlit. Hours before Sun's rebirth, you awaken from a terrible nightmare. Something was peeling apart your mind and eating its insides like the sweet viscera of a prey animal. The residual fear from the dream is heightened by a disturbing realization. It is utterly quiet. No tiny beings are calling, nor are the green leapers singing in the nearby marshes. No night feather beasts chant, and not even the wind murmurs. You're just about to give up and return to your lair, when you see a subtle wrongness out of the corner of your eye. The shadow of one of these trees is somehow incorrect. Something is lurking there, modeling the deep shadows. You leap at it, and you see a pair of baleful rose-colored eyes, briefly, before it retreats from your attack, blending into the darkness again. A cold, sickly song scrapes across your mind. I am the creeping end of your dreams. I am the hiss that slides through the darkness, erasing light and safety. I am the murmuring destroyer, slaying softly, softly. You decide to call this being Whisper. I cannot be seen nor smelled. My flesh is air, my bones water. Tenebrous Deathbringer's Dragon Sona, true. This land is already mine. Please do not flee. I enjoy holding the minds of others in my mouth, crushing them to salty gray slime, tasting the panic, the confusion. I savor the fear of my prey, and the despair of the moment they realize that they will perish without even seeing their destroyer. I think they're cute. What a dweeb lord. Please do not flee. Stay and become one with the quiet horror. Its sigils are like a tiny being crawling aggressively, buzzing inside of your mind. It will not go away. It hurts just enough. Just enough. Whisper is not the only one who knows how to blend in with its surroundings and become invisible to the eye. Using the water within, you take on the colors of the darkened green. It soon becomes clear that you have succeeded, as the mind assault does not continue. You're in for an accursed world of reckoning, kiddo. Yeah, like that. No matter, you cannot be seen, but can be smelled and heard and tasted. By the power of the Shine Stone artifact which I bear, I have erased my scent, and cannot even be heard as I move. I will find you and end you. Well, if you can't be heard, then why do you keep talking to me? Oh no. I see. This is actually a pretty bad situation. So, even with water mastery of 6, we are still slightly too weak. You've made a grave error, foolish interloper. When I reveal to you the power that lurks within my sealed eye of darkness, you will regret it. Yeah, this is like getting into like Water Mastery 7. This is going to hurt, but at this point, it's our only choice that does not end our adventure early. You may not be able to sense precisely where Whisper is, but its camouflage is not perfect, and you know this area well. It manages to find you and blast your mind with screaming pain several times. Only yellow, that's not too bad, but eventually you find it and force it into a dance of destruction. The dance of destruction begins. Let the waves of my wrath break over you and drown your miserable essence. This edgelord. Go to hell. My ruby flames shall burn you to glowing ash. Pipe bomb would go hard, but I only had the one. So that was a fire attack. I have a feeling that they might follow up with something other than fire. Air, yeah. That was a rather heavy air attack. Their stats are higher than ours. So, fire, then air. Maybe water's next? It was air again. Ah. There we go. What was that color around their neck? The shine stone ring around Whisper's neck shatters, and the kin lets out a shrieking roar. Yeah, that water, if I hadn't used water, I probably would have died there. Enough. Whisper breaks away from you, flattening itself to the ground. You see its body clearly now. Somehow it's colorless save for its eyes, which are like the essence which now stains its armor. It's really pretty. Do not behold me. Turn away. I was created naked of blessed color. No, you're super cute. So easily hunted, so easily seen. I will not be seen. Striking you with a final mind lash, the invader turns away. It is over. A plume of defeated kin remains on the ground. It is completely devoid of color, though this makes it rather striking in its own way. It seems the Whisper was using some kind of artifact of the others. I guess the collar? to hide itself completely. Do not look at me, I'm scary! Okay. I know what you're talking about, and I just saw it like a few hours ago. That was really good, wasn't it? If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. Play Deltarune also. Um, you wonder how many prey animals fell victim to the silent killer, their minds screamed to pieces without even seeing what was destroying them. Still, while its ability to hide may not have truly been its own, Whisper's mental prowess was natural. It is unusual that one so young would be able to master the mysteries of air so well at such a young age. It did not behave according to tradition, issuing a proper challenge and revealing itself as a Drakh should. But there are only two great laws and one lesser, and it did not violate any of these. Such behavior, paired with its unusual form, will make it difficult to find a partner to create with, however. Having a choice territory such as yours would have been its only real chance. Now that it's been stripped of its artifact, its survival is unlikely. Violating tradition can be a powerful tactic, but all things come at a price. I hope Whisper will be okay. I like them. Your Song of Life continues, but by the looks of things not for very long, so let's get some rest. I wish you could date Whisper too. I want to date Whisper. Hollowbel the Forest Fairy, I mean. I don't know about Genius. It's very cute. You know, I think the clock is about to terminate, but I really want to solve the mystery of the Brightlings. Hollowbel does like Chunibios. It's true. As for the reason why, well, I won't say, but... Water is enamored of this area, and gathers in countless pools and marshes. Trees melt into tall grasses and cotton-tailed plants. This area is dangerously close to the huge marsh known as the Empire of Reeds, an area claimed by a sapphire kin as its home. You may hunt water beasts here or request an audience with the Reed Lord. The Reed Lord. But perhaps other things may also be found in the wet and warmer green. If I told you, I would have to kill you. Ooh. Earth Mastery. Armor 2. Reed Lord. I'm not a bookworm, I'm a Reed Lord. Oh my gosh. It sounds like it could be something like that, right? It's interesting that Earth doesn't have many moves. A new truth has leaked from the pyramid and slithered golden into your dreams, teaching you secrets of Earth. This pyramid is awesome. Okay, so a tricky thing here is, like, I think that we might just have, like, 1 or 2 more days left. And if we get into an encounter with somebody on, like, the season transition, that would be really bad news. But, at the same time, I really want to learn the secret of the Brightlings. Though we might have seen this event already. They barely make any sound as they move from plant to plant, touching a leaf here, caressing a flower there, with their long-fingered forepaws, their small mouths. Their non-existent snouts. Their movements are measured and slow, as if every step, every gesture was carefully planned. They are Brightlings. Their mostly hairless, untailed bodies and stilt-like legs. They bear some resemblance to other seed species such as the no-tails and delvers, but they're altogether different in scent and spirit. A facade of no-tail birther scent cannot hide their true aroma, which is like blackberries and lightning, holding not the slightest trace of decay. Each of their scents are exactly alike. As for their inner essence, you cannot see the elemental spirit lines of their true selves at all, but rather their whole bodies seem to glow faintly. Are they made entirely of tiny spirit lines? Or do they have no true essence at all? Both seem impossible. At the moment, these three are engaged in touching, smelling, and occasionally even tasting every tree and plant they come across. They never destroy anything, though occasionally they pick up a fallen leaf or pull up a small herb or flower whole, still with its roots and soil, and place them in a small sphere of melted sand briefly, before carefully placing them back where they were. Silently observe them for a bit. You watch them deliberately wade through the forest like the long-legged spearbills of the marshes, graceful in their actions. You realize that they never investigate the same organism twice. Once a plant has been touched, smelled, tasted, and put into the sandmelt sphere, others of its kind become interesting to them. A sandmelt sphere, huh? You also notice that they're somehow linked, as they seem to know what the others have already examined. Though no sound passes between them, they make no dances, and they do not look each other in the eye, so mind song should not be possible. Can we offer them an unusual plant? You make a small trip down to a nearby spring where an herb grows whose scent you've never smelled elsewhere. Digging it out from the ground, with the roots intact in case that was important, you bear it in your jaws and offer it to the Brightlings. When you place it on the ground before them, one of them picks it up and begins to deal with it just as the others, but the other two remain stationary, staring at you. You still cannot detect a mind to sing to, despite looking directly into their eyes, but something like a song is beginning to enter your own consciousness. It is almost as if yellow poppy seed hemlock. The next thing you know, sun has fallen, moon has risen, and the Brightlings are gone, leaving not even a scent trail behind. You have a headache, and there's a tiny sore spot on your body, as when you were pricked by a very sharp thorn. You make it back to your lair and collapse. Questions will have to wait until later. What are the Brightlings, and what do they hunt? I think they just got our blood. That's my guess. I don't mind, though. Oh, this is a bit difficult. Oh, we're actually healed back to full, I think. Nothing is currently affecting this element, so I think we might be alright. So we're level 6 in everything. With all due respect to Genius and yourself, the action you performed, I think, is one you would do if you would want to be the Brightling's puppy dog. Which is fine. Thank you for agreeing that it's fine. Thank you for not judging. Someone here does. Moonlight is spilling into your rest area, and your thoughts are just beginning to flow into the dreaming, when suddenly you realize that you're not alone. Somehow, a dragon can be a dog too. A rather attractive kin has penetrated into your very lair from outside. Your feathers puff outward in shock, and your mind reels, trying to process how an intruder was able to make it here unnoticed. As you scramble into a threat position, however, you note that the beautiful kin is not making any aggressive movements. Its feathers are laid back and its teeth are unrevealed. Something prods at your mind, It's a distant relative of the kind of song composed of sigils with which you're familiar, but at the same time clumsier and far more sophisticated somehow. This dragon is so pretty. Its starry body, like the night sky. Oh! Oh my gosh, you're right, you're right. Thank you, Tristy. I didn't realize at all. It didn't occur to me that it looks like a Brightling, but a dragon. They made a dragon, or they turned into a dragon? I'm not really sure. The Brightlings want to be your friend. Okay, so I know that they like to approach human men looking like funny elf women and, you know, get with them, etc. So I'm honored that they would do the same here. Desire, interaction, desire, communication, desire, ... Drive the invader away, get out of here. Let's attempt to communicate. Hesitantly, you fashion a questioning reply and sing it into the winsome kin's mind, which is strangely difficult to target. Desire, we desire you, it slowly responds. You are attractive. Really? Thanks. Reward, forgiving of you. It's walking towards you, but somehow, seductively, you become aware of a strange scent in the air, and all of a sudden you are very aware of hot essence building into certain parts of your body. Its movements are... Is it the beginning of a dance of creation? You've never done the secret dance with Baguette's life before. Fairy sex! Let's go! It draws closer and the scent becomes stronger. It stretches its neck forward to lightly touch noses with you and then gently licks your crest. You're trembling uncontrollably with... something. How will you respond? Sorry, I'm not interested. The sacred dance of creation is known to be pleasurable, and you are tempted, but you're wise enough to know that this is no common Drakh in front of you. No kin would ever want to dance with one so unproven and flightless as you. It's my future. But sorry to those of you who wanted to see the dragon sex. I have things I want to learn here. It might be in violation of Twitch TOS. Hey, maybe we'll get to see some dragon sex in part 3. You insistently inquire as to its true identity and intentions. It pauses before responding. We are made to become one with you. Desire, to know, to understand within. We have gathered treasure, much shine-filled treasure. We'll give it if you join your body to ours. Much pleasure, much gain. Our scent, our form, is it displeasing? Do you not wish to lay your skin against ours? Oh, now I feel bad. They're offering treasure. How can I say no? Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, you know, okay. Okay. The thing is, not that I'm disinclined to be gay for pay, but the Says the Lovers is discover the truth about the Brightlings. I need to discover the truth about them. Maybe once we discover the truth, we can have dragon sex, but until then... You are far more than only your body, more than your core. That sounds like a pretty genius thing to say. You are a true Drakh, and you are not a slave to any one part of yourself. Peacefully yet firmly, you reject its advances. You indicate that you will not under any circumstances join with it, unless it reveals to you the truth behind itself. When at last it comes to understand that you will not allow it to dance with you, it settles back onto its haunches. Connecting, connecting. Greetings, representative of species 839-497-G32. Alright. We apologize for the apparent deception. The collector being you see before you is our ambassador, and of our making. Yeah, I figured it had to be something like this. We find life samples easier to collect under the promise of pleasure and/or gain. It is clear that either your species is too perceptive, or our facsimile was too incongruent for the desired result. No, I promise, your facsimile was very cute. We are inexperienced at replicating the sentient form of your species. You were under the impression that all sentient beings on this world were tailless. It seems we were mistaken. Its true identity, classified and irrelevant. My body is very far away, and we shall never truly meet. I am permitted to say only that we come in peace, and mean no harm. This is a new configuration of our standard ambassador model 928. It has a limited consciousness of its own, but every aspect of it is ultimately ours. We call these manufactured beings plastics, for their ability to be easily molded even at the tiniest level. They represent our interests and extract materials and information through peaceful means. When you elsewhere presented evidence that you were sentient, either through completion of a standard sentience test, or through behavior inclinations, or perhaps both, this unit automatically reconfigured itself into a form calculated to bring pleasure to your species, and attempted to extract from you. Extract? Your rejection of the standard extraction method has caused the ambassador unit to upgrade your sentience rating, thereby rendering you worthy of our direct attention, and I have replaced his consciousness with my own for a short time. What will you ask with this mysterious being with whom you are somehow communicated? Do you want to have alien No, I shouldn't say that. It's clear that these beings are others, those who come from outside this world. Ask why it, or at least its ambassadors, are here. Now that you know this is an other, your questions become many. Are these the same others who brought ruin to your people long ago, and whose seed are the tailless races? Where is their true home? Why are they sending ambassadors to do the dance of creation with the tailless and now with you? Our mission is classified and will never be revealed to you. If you are able, abandon all curiosity regarding our intentions, our origin, and our implements. I may, however, relate that we are not the species to which you refer. We did not create any of the sentient bioforms of your world. Our interest in extracting from all species, and particularly sentient species, suits a purpose which you are unlikely to comprehend. This open and direct line of communication serves two purposes. The first is to assure you that we are not hostile. We strongly encourage you and your species not to obstruct our expedition in any way. The second is to once again request, without deception or sensory compulsion, that you submit to the ambassador and allow it to extract the sample from you. The process will be pleasurable, and almost certainly will not harm you or your species in any way, almost certainly. We offer wealth, as your kind seems to define it, in exchange. We also have access to a large database of knowledge about the native life forms of your world which we are willing to share. If either of these would be acceptable payment, please indicate so. If not, the ambassador will be recalled and you will not encounter it again. Your species will remain on the watch list of uncatalogued sentient races. On the watch list? Communication will be terminated and control restored to the ambassador in 3, 2, 1. The beautiful visitor shudders in what looks like pain briefly, and then relaxes, focusing on you with an air of expectation. Will you allow it to extract a small sample of yourself for wealth, or perhaps for knowledge? Or will you reject it, gaining and losing nothing? What if Drakkin have whatever quality they are looking for, and fucking the fairy results in something terrible too? Yeah, it could be. Guess we'll find out. The bright visitor approaches you and reaches around to the back of your neck with its mouth. You feel a light tickle, like a tiny weaver or honeybuzz was walking across your neck. They're probably fucking with genes and terraforming light years from here. This is not worth it. It's a bad idea. They're definitely, like, extracting from the earth. To do something to fulfill their own twisted alien desires with our, with Earth's beautiful creations. But we can have dragon sex, so it's fine. And then you're lying on the ground, opening your eyes slowly. It's morning and the visitor is gone. Wait, visitor? What visitor? You shake your head, struggling to remember what happened in the night, but you're left only with vague impressions. You think you had a wonderful dream in which the most beautiful kin you've ever smelled whispered 1,000 secrets of your good beast brethren into your hungry mind. Oh yeah, you missed the dragon sex? It was really good. It felt so real, and as the days pass, your new knowledge is proven to be correct. Was it the spirit of knowledge that visited you? They're just cataloging the sentience of the galaxy so they don't get lost when Talus extincts them. See, that would be very nice. I think that's like a very hopeful interpretation of it. Whatever the case, you're now much wiser in the ways of your fellow children of Earth and Sun. You've learned more about the way of many good beasts. I wonder if there are any that we unlocked by doing that. I think we actually just learned a little bit about everyone. So we're actually quite close for many of... Ooh, these great lumbers are dangerous. Look at these stats. Dragon fairy sex? Yeah, there we go. So we know a lot about a lot of the creatures in the bestiary. We know at least a reasonable amount about all of them. Oh, okay, before we go on, I want to read about the Blackburn. Blackburns are members of an ancient tribe of feather beasts. It is sung that they once seized Sun himself in their talons, and in doing so brought light back into the world during the Great Darkness. Their heroism came with a price, however. They were burned, even to their very essence, by the beyond flame of which Sun's body is made. Their feathers turned black, their once beautiful voices turned to crooks, and truths were revealed for which they were not prepared. This made them wise beyond wisdom, wise to the point of foolishness. Still they are respected by all for their sacrifice, and some say that one who is patient and who understands their nature can still draw cold, clear truths from the fire of their songs. Wow! I wish it was dragons, though. Vast beyond thought is the one song, and infinite its secrets, the lovers. Oh, interesting. There's a move that we can use that lets us attack twice in one round and then be tired for 2, so we can kind of do burst damage, I guess. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, so you get the card from fucking the elf dragon. I guess that's interesting. You can fuck it and ask nothing and get the card, or ask everything and turn it down and not get the card. Interesting. I guess it does say the lovers. Well, we're almost done here. Maybe we could hunt a bit before... Let's try hunting in a new place. Tusksnort hatchling sounds great. Where's the Tusksnort? Oh, we already got Tusksnort. Okay, whatever. Well, at least it'll be good food. Yeah, we already know this one. Oh. So tender, so sweet. Your feathers tremble and your tail curls with joy as you consume the hatchling Tusksnort's body. This is a delicacy indeed. Oh, the white-black again. Alright. So we already have mastered this one. Oh, that timing was tough. A big Tusksnort. Oh, I missed. So, uses fire and water, so water is safe. It's a strange feeling having become so powerful. Genius has grown quite a lot. I think it's probably their caution and curiosity. Yep, one more day. One more day to do something. One last thing in this place before we move on. I'd like to talk with Darktooth just in case he has anything to say, but... Nah, he doesn't have anything to say. Can learn about the various treasures. An interesting crystal flower. A crystal hive built by the tiny intelligent beings which once dwelt in a stump in the deeps of the Great Green. It's flawless and self-complete. So this is our last day in the Great Green. I guess... we didn't do the thing with the wolves, but I kind of doubt that it's something we can resolve in a single day. So... one last night in the Great Green with the herb. You knew it? Was I really that predictable? The bitter tang of the herb washes over your essence again. The weight of its existence dissolves. The worries of kin and good beasts no longer mean anything to you. You remember, I am water. Hollowbel is gonna go for one last trip. You got it. I love this fish fractal here. This is wonderful. Ah, the herb. When you return to your mundane mind, you feel both wonderful and awful. The fish mandala. There we go. Alright, I think that's part 2 complete. I wanted to get there before stopping for tonight. But there might be a bit of an interlude between them before we officially get to part 3. Sun is weakening, dying earlier with each rebirth. Long nights and cold breezes slowly steal away the deep greens of the spirit wood and leave fragile riots of yellow and orange, crusted with crystal frost in the morning. Many of the feather beasts are gathering together, readying themselves physically and spiritually for a warmward journey. The lumberers gorge themselves, preparing for their great sleep, and you too feel your paws growing heavy. It's time. Guided by instinct, you spend several suns expanding the inner rest chamber of your lair. It will need to fit not only you and your treasure, but the body you will have when you awaken. And the second great sleep awaits your last transformation. By the time you've finished your bedchamber, the sky crystals are just beginning to fall and cover the land. This land, your land. When last you laid yourself down for a great sleep, you were just a copper-skinned hatchling. You were ignorant of so many things. Now the spirit wood is truly yours. Its streams run in your veins, and you feel the trees on the distant hills as though they were your own feathers. Invaders came, putting your mind and body to the test, but you found the strength to triumph over your enemies. Few would now dare to challenge your authority. Before you were merely infatuated with the heart of the Great Green, but now you have come to truly love it, to feel its fortunes as yours. You wish prosperity and endurance upon it, as you cover up your last chamber and await your final rebirth. First light and then time abandon you, and then the dreams begin. What is this? O seed which I have planted to blossom in the future. Is this This looks like Darktooth's font. May you understand the lesson you have learned, the journey of water and stone you have completed, the tireless quest for new truths, the rejection of hardened ways, and the embracing of unlimited thought and new horizons. Such is wisdom. This is a really pretty Darktooth. Between the extremes of harsh survival and weak compassion rests a middle way, which is the bridge spanning all things. Sleep now, and awaken as a worthy creator and destroyer both. Hold to the golden center, and choose your path with wisdom. For a grand reckoning approaches, and the future of our people hangs in the balance. May you be blessed. O my Fang, who sleeps within myself, guardian of my own heart, blade of my essence, you've brought my soulmates, the Woodstrider people, back to me. Their hard feet upon my soft ground brings me joy and peace. What is this? The winged deer. Though the proud kin may mock you for bowing before them, your humility makes you fragrant of spirit. I'm drawn closer to you, and you to me. You've been a wise I think fragrant of spirit is very nice, personally. I think that's very nice. You've been a wise guardian of my bounty. The good piece of the spirit would thrive, and all corners of myself are filled with life. Never have you allowed any place to become gray and dead, but have made space for creation within your destructions. For your eyes that see far and your wise and greedless heart, I bless you, and love you all the more. Blessed, blessed, blessed are you, my Fang. The heart of the great Gring sings with the beautiful chaos of nature, and I am whole. You've destroyed what should be destroyed, and spared what should be spared. You are my beloved Fang, living sign of my just law. With you, I am well pleased. I shall put my mark on you, shining between your flesh and your spirit. I now lay over you and within you. Together shall we dance to the end of your time and beyond. That's nice. What does the mark look like? Is it nice? Is it cute? Oh, I like this. This is very cute. The difference between those who rule their appetites and those who are ruled by their appetites is very great. This grants a green and fertile land to those who begin anew in Part 3. Oh yeah. I actually didn't know about... Is the middle way sort of a, like... Is that part of Temperance, like the tarot card? I like this illustration. But rest now in the dreaming while your body completes its sacred transformation. Balance. I see. When you awaken, do not forget me. See me in every beast, every leaf. Smell me in the breeze, taste me in your prey. To the uttermost end, I am life. I am the great green. May you be blessed. Like a sticky mire burying your mind in a grasping yet breathable darkness. Like a boulder, grey and thought hollow, unsouled and yet undeniable. Like a dream of nothing at all. If you had to, perhaps you could try to convey the feeling of this great sleep to another in such ways. Just being sucked down and built up simultaneously, squeezed comfortably between layers of is and is not. It sounds like metamorphosis. There's absolutely no way to know how many suns or moons or turnings have passed. Time itself is resting, curled under and around you. Interesting. When the Morris recedes, leaving you real and physical once more, the power of the rhythm beating in your breasts is a slow surprise. Was it this strong before? Breaking out of your sealed sleep chamber is much easier than the last time as well. Even after doing so, there is not room enough for you to stretch properly, so you emerge. Well, there's no need to consult your reflection this time. You feel it deep in your core. You are now complete. Genius is doing Golden Treasure, the Great Green. Your body has gone through this final transformation, leaving you a living glory. No Drac on Earth would call you a hatchling now. Through many hunts, many trials, you've at last become an adult. At long last, your body is a fitting temple for your kin essence. Genius was the true golden treasure all along. That's the truth. The cool air caresses your new body tenderly, so tenderly. Rest in peace, Spore Maw. I'm saluting you. You feel the root of every one of your hundreds of feathers quivering in the stiff breeze. It makes you shiver with delight. Come, it seems to sing. I find you worthy. Become one with me. Oh, this is nice. That's really nice. Freedom. You were chained and did not know, bound and ignorant until now. Broad-breasted earth is spread wide far below. Sun alone reigns above. You feel their joining, and you are their joining. You want to sing for pure joy, have to sing. But the terrible, fierce fulfillment is too much and catches the sound in your throat. There's too much deep pleasure for you to even make a sound. All you can do is keep on moving, sliding between earth and sun with a velocity unknown. You feel the eyes of many good beasts far below as they look up in wonder at your vast form sailing the great above. Even the feather beasts must envy you, soaring at a height their tiny limbs could never achieve. The thin, cold air here in the highest bows, only to your broad, strong wings. You soar low over high hills, feeling the warmer air there pushing you gently upwards again. You pass through clouds which lick you with cool, watery tongues, bathing you. A few times the wind seems to push you violently, but you soon learn that fighting it is useless. Only by merging with it, feeling with it, acknowledging its desires can you proceed, and it becomes your dance partner, carrying and turning you gracefully. By the time you near the Great Blue, you've calmed down enough to sing, and you open your jaws and roar with beauty. Behold me, Mother Earth! Behold me, Father Sun! At last I am worthy. Here I dance in the high lair. I am Drakkin. Feel the cool of my skin, the heat of my breath. I am the wealth of Earth. I am Sun's favored treasure. Behold! This little stinker. Joy upon joy and gain upon gain are the destined rights of my birth, and I shout the praise of my endless days to the echoing edge of the earth. For it is my world, my gorgeous world, the world of my dear delight. From the... oh, I missed the rest of that? Well, it's fine. It's probably just fine. Your songs and dances of joy are soon interrupted, however. Ah, really? A great shadow approaches you, wheeling in from above. Its vastness shocks you into silence, but soon you recognize it as the elder, Darktooth. It's Darktooth again? Is that what it feels like to fly on wings, Marie? Sounds wonderful. You feel no defensiveness nor territorial enmity. The great above belongs to no one. Still, there is an urgency in the Ancient One's voice, and a veil of caution over its mind song, which makes you uneasy. Oh, is this the part where the tailless blow up everything? Oh, no, it's not that at all. I figured something like that might happen, but... In the name of the future, I summon you, newly awakened. A grand moot has been called. The threats posed by the seed of the others can no longer be ignored. In your slumber, they've grown mightier still. Do they have cities now? Maybe they do. Maybe they have, like, bombs and things like that. The greatest of our people have pledged to find a final solution to this menace. Soon you shall join the mass flight and travel to the chosen place to bear witness to the debate and acknowledge its resulting order. Refusal is not an option. You will attend. The elders of your people command it. You feel Darktooth's song of command burrowing deep into your mind, taking root there. You will be helpless to spurn its call when the time comes. How will you address the Great Elder? Hey, Dad, it's good to see you. Hey, why isn't there an option like that? Maybe that's not... I guess that isn't very typical for dragons. The Grand Moot is a gathering of all adult kin. It is called when a matter has arisen requiring the unification of all our people towards a great purpose. Only twice before has it been called. First when the great Empress ascended and declared sovereignty over all things, and again after the Skyfall, when true war was declared upon the others. Oh, so this is a really, really big deal. A lesser moot was called by the mighty many times burned, survivor of atrocities among the elders, but resolution could not be found. All-Mother the Beloved, embracer of strange things, wished to convene a grand moot, as the gravity of the question had been proven but not its answer. The majority of the 7 agreed, departing to mediate, refined the proposals, and spread word of the gathering. So it was, and is. It's unlikely you will be allowed to debate at the Grand Moot, though you are worthy to attend. Compared to the elders, you are callow in the extreme. I don't know the meaning of that word. Unless you are called upon to sing by an elder, or to roar in favor of or against a proposal put to the majority, you shall stand silent and be only a witness. Still, this is a matter of such import that even to witness shall be an experience which you shall recall to the end of your days, and its resolution shall become law for all Drak. Young and inexperienced. I got it. And it is a possibility that you, keeper of the heart of the Great Green, may be called upon to sing. A shallow possibility, but a possibility nonetheless. Are the Tailless truly such a threat that a Grand Moot is justified? I know the answer to that question. Yes. That's awesome. That's really good. Darktooth signals acceptance by turning its huge body slightly and wheeling away from you, leaving you to return home carrying a new burden. What are the no-tails that their danger is such that the solitary kin must put aside their own way to join together and face them? What gives them such power, and what solution could there be? What are the elders planning? The unchanging wind suddenly seems colder, and your earlier bliss is fading. You sense that a turning point in the high story of your people is drawing near. Now that you are an adult too, you too must learn all you can about the Tailless and their way, and turn your mind to a solution as the elders have done, if you are to be worthy to effect the great moment which looms ahead. You spend the first few suns after your awakening as an adult broadening your lair to fit your new frame and the many treasures you surely amass. In your mostly absence, the Woodstriders have continued pruning and tending your lands. Your portion of the Great Green is bursting with health and life. Prey is abundant, and you shall not want. As your body is grown, so is your appetite. Hillbacks, plains runners, Woodstriders, and great grazers are worthy targets, though the occasional surefoot or tusk snort would not go amiss. Having already spent a great deal of time investigating your own demesne, it's now time for you to turn your attention outwards. You're now great enough to challenge your neighbors for portions of their lands. They will surely bring all of their power to keep what is theirs. A visit to the Spirit of the Green is in order. You should present yourself in your final form and commune with it. Its well-being and yours are one or many ways. The Tailless have grown strong in the lowlands, coldward along the Great Blue. Food and treasure may now be there for the winning, and perhaps something more. Oh, wow, those are beautiful! Your time may also be well spent seeking out the nearby elders, whose songs will dominate the coming debate. They will test those who wish to communicate with them, but there is much to learn from them, as there will always be until the void at last claims them. This time, the last time's freedom is now yours. Take control of your life and live. The grand moot awaits. This is a good stopping point. I've been kind of going a bit longer than I expected to, but at the same time, I think it was good too. How do we quit for tonight? Like this. Genius really flew, didn't they? It feels really nice that they started at the they started this story trying to fly and learning the truth of humility, learning not to overdo it, and then finally in this stream they became an adult and they flew. For real, for real. It was wonderful, wasn't it? I had a wonderful time today. Thank you all for coming out. It's been really wonderful sharing the story with you as always. And especially today, I think. This was a really fun one. I'll be streaming more next Thursday. Same time, as usual. Unless something comes up, and I'll share it somewhere if so. But I'm really excited to see the last third of our dragon's story. Thank you, K-Valder1. Oh, whoops. Did I say Thursday? Wednesday is what I meant to say. Alright. Thanks, everyone. Good night, and sleep well.